Sorry, just me. I already screwed that up. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Legalbytes. If you are new here, my name is Alita. I am a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. So I am so excited. I'm always excited to have any kind of guests on here, especially special guests, but this one I'm super, super excited about. So if you guys are enjoying the video as you're watching, be sure to like the video, subscribe, share the video, all that great YouTube stuff, because it really does help us with the YouTube algorithm gods, expanding the video to more people across the internet, et cetera, et cetera. If you can't stick around for the whole thing, I have a second channel that I just started called Legalbytes Clips. So you will be able to get some of the meatier portions of this interview within several days, probably. Other than that, we do typically cover controversial topics on this channel. We don't like to shy away from them just because of monetization issues. So a lot of our live streams tend to get demonetized almost instantly. So if you do want to support the content that we provide on this channel, there are links in the description below to locals, Patreon, YouTube memberships, and even merch for stuff like this. It's really great. Now the chat, I already have chat on slow-mo because I anticipate that there is a lot of interest in this interview. And so far that is proving to be the case. There are a lot of people here from the very beginning, and I'm so excited about it. I'm really happy that so many people are here to watch us chit chat. But I have slow mode on to sort of help our moderators, because there's a chance that we could get hit by a bunch of bots and spammers and things like that. So I wanted to do that just to sort of help them out. At some point, I might put it on subscribers only mode. That is strictly just to help out the mods. So if that bothers you, I apologize ahead of time. I'm not trying to bully anyone into subscribing to the channel or anything like that. One last thing, two last things. Sorry. Super chats. Thank you in advance. I already see that we have some super chats in the chat. I'm so grateful. I am probably going to be going through a lot of the super chats towards the end of the interview, because I really want to respect the time of my guest, the time and attention. And one last note, just a few ground rules here. So she is obviously a professional, and she is working as a criminal defense attorney in Kenosha. She still is working across the aisle from the Kenosha County DA. So we are going to keep things professional here. She definitely wants to retain her professionalism. So we want to respect that, of course. So we are going to get into a lot of the things that the prosecution did during trial and a lot of their decisions, but we are not going to go into any sort of ad hominem sort of attacks on any individuals from that esteemed office. And otherwise, we are also not going to get into anything that is attorney-client privilege or anything that's going to bring on any kind of a risk to Kyle in terms of civil liability. But we definitely are going to get so much information on behind the scenes and all kinds of great details from trial. So with all of that said, thank you so much for joining us. I'm so excited, and I am going to bring on our awesome guest.
Hi.
Hello. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. I saw a comment about people saying I never smile, and I do every now and then. So,
well, when you were at trial, things were maybe a little bit stressful, were they?
Yeah, they were incredibly stressful, and it's an incredibly important situation. Somebody's life was at stake, and you have to take the job seriously.
Yeah, absolutely, of course. So let's get a little bit about your background. Where did you go to law school? How did you get started in law?
I grew up in Iowa, which is funny because my last name is Wisco. And yes, that is actually my last name. I was born with it. There are several of us. I lived in Mequon, Wisconsin when I was a kid, then moved to Iowa after I did my undergrad at University of Iowa, took a couple years off, and then ended up at Marquette in Milwaukee for law school. And I did a lot of networking, found out that I kind of fit into the Wisconsin legal scene, and just stayed here. And nice. Yeah, I graduated. I've actually only been an attorney for like 5 years. I've worked for Mark and his partner Brian Dimmer for basically my whole legal career.
That's awesome. What brought you to want to work as a criminal defense attorney?
I'm
Or was
trying
it
to.
just chance?
No, it's something that I'd wanted to do. I had been interested in criminal law since the time when I entered law school, but I originally had been kind of thinking prosecution leaning until you actually get a little bit more involved in the system. And my second year, I decided that I wanted to commit to defense because I had a
Okay.
lot of problems with a lot of things. And when you start getting exposed to things firsthand, you find very quickly that the legal system doesn't actually work the way that people think it's supposed to work. And, um, you know, if everybody all started out, even I think most people, if they weren't dealing with something, they wouldn't commit crimes. And if they did, well, then, screw them. But so many people who are involved in the system, have things going on and they need help. And it really personally bothers me when I saw firsthand the amount of people who were involved in the system as defendants, things like that, and didn't actually know what was going on in their own cases. And that really bothers me. So that has kind of, shaped my approach to my job is, you know, not just me, but Attorney Richards and Sharafi also, everything we do for a reason, everything we don't do for a reason. And, you know, it is so much more complex than the majority of the public thinks it is, because it's sort of like a master chess game, and the fact that there's moving pieces that you have to be prepared for coming from every single angle. Whether or not it's going to end up being an issue, you always have to be aware of the entire board.
Right, right. So when you got hired to work for Richards and Dimmer, right? That's the name of the firm?
Yes, Richards and Dimmer. Brian Dimmer hasn't really been involved with the case on this aspect. He did help us with a bunch of the prep stuff. He is an amazing person, an amazing attorney. But we also needed somebody to kind of be operating the rest of the firm while we were dealing with this.
Of
So,
course, of
yeah.
course. I can only imagine that. How many attorneys work at your firm?
We actually only have 3. It's
Oh,
me,
wow.
Brian, and Dimmer, and
Okay.
we keep it close. We put a lot of attention and work and care into what we do.
That's
And
amazing.
yeah, it is one of those for better or for worse things. Honestly, I hate office politics. And so I really don't have time for that. And
Yeah.
so it's one of those nice things about having at least small office as far as attorneys are concerned, is because there's a very clear chain of command. Our politics are what they are, and that is just kind of what it is.
I've found that to be the case as well. When you get a smaller firm, the smaller you get, the more directly that you work with the partners, the
Mhm.
more it actually does feel like a family environment. Like, it's almost like a trope in law school when you're
Yeah.
interviewing for jobs at firms. They're like, "Oh, we have a collegial environment," but like that's just like code for like, no, actually everybody hates their lives.
Mhm.
But yeah, no, I've found that the smaller firms tend to be where the better life overall tends to be.
Well, and that is a big thing, is quality of life, and maintaining mental health is a big thing for me personally. I don't think that is dealt with enough in sort of life in general, and that is such a big thing for my clients that I don't want to put myself in a position where I'm jeopardizing my mental health because I have to take care of other people's. And I did see in the chat somebody asked about Corey Sharafi. No, Corey does not work at our firm. He has his own firm, Sharafi Law Offices, in Madison, Wisconsin, and he just happens to be Mark's best friend. So when Mark got brought onto the case, I tagged along with as sort of part of the package deal. And there were, in the beginning, other attorneys involved, stuff like that. But Mark wanted to have somebody that he knew and trusted, and that he didn't feel like he had to monitor as, basically the second chair on it. And this all in general, I know there had been a lot of questions about why I didn't say more and do more at the trial. And a lot of it was just because, I haven't been doing this nearly as long as them. Mark's been an attorney longer than I've been alive. And, with something this big, high stakes going on, I was fine with being in the position I was in.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that makes perfect sense. I'm just embarrassed that I just now learned that it's pronounced Shirafisi and not Shirafisi.
Oh, okay. I think the problem is actually Nick Rekieta with that is because I think he started the Shirafisi. If you're getting into it being phonetically pronounced, I think
Yeah.
Shirafisi probably be regardless, but Corey pronounces it Shirafisi.
That makes sense. Okay. So with your experience prior to this trial, have you been first chair, second chair on any trials before this point or no?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, half of my job is working on Mark's cases with him, and then the other half is doing my own cases. So I do my own cases, but Mark, with the level of, what he's been doing, and he is kind of a big dog in the local community, and, also at a certain point in your career, you don't want to have to do necessarily everything yourself.
Right.
That's about half my job. I work on Mark's bigger cases with him. And then I do my own as well. I mean, we've also done trials with Corey before. We've got co-defendants right now. So I had worked with Corey as well. But something of this level, especially with high profile of it, I was fine with taking a back seat. That doesn't mean that I wasn't involved, but I didn't do nearly as much talking as everybody else.
Right. And that made sense to me because I mean you definitely seemed like you were younger than the other guys. So and usually in any kind of a trial, it's usually just first chair, second chair, and then like those are usually the only people that are going to be talking. So that makes a lot of sense to me.
Well, and something that I don't think people realize for the most part, unless you're dealing with something that's an off the record objection, the judge will sometimes get you a little more leeway. But I mean, only one attorney talks per witnesses. That is their witness. And when part of the problem was the setup as well is, I'm across the table from these guys. We're microphoned. I can't just be like, Mark, object to this type of thing. There's a lot more of, there's a lot of trust involved. And both of them, if I was in the position Kyle was in, I would trust my life. So
yeah. That makes perfect sense. Another random question that I got about you is, does pineapple belong on pizza? What are your thoughts? These are the real hard-hitting questions.
I mean, if you would have asked me like 15 years ago, I was eating pineapple on pizza some at that time. Lately, I mean, there's just so much better stuff I think you can put on pizza. I'm a fan. I really like mushrooms. If I have to pick one thing on a pizza, it's going to be mushrooms.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. So let's see here. I have a whole bunch of questions here.
I know it's going on. Well, the chat's going fast, but
yeah, I know. So for this particular case, when your firm got this, how was the feeling of preparation based on the past trial experiences that you guys had? Like, did you guys feel like, okay, this is something that is very challenging, but we can take this on? Or was it very intimidating and had to be sort of digested, I guess?
That's a good question. I mean, how we got involved was there. So I believe it was about the second week in September 2020. Mark got an email from an attorney in Washington, D.C. named Maria Medvin, who had kind of been helping out, researching, vetting people in the area. And she was like, look, we've looked at your background. We want to, at least talk to you. And at the time, I remember Mark wasn't committed either way, but he is somebody who he has done so many trials and he does so well in them. I mean, Attorney Richards has done over 100 criminal trials as a criminal defense attorney, and he's only lost 2 in a row once. So I think that's a really impressive thing.
What's the overall win-loss record, if I can ask?
I don't know. I would have to look at it because, different cases are different as far as what's a win and what's a lose. Because if you get an acquittal on the homicide, but you get, a lesser and the person doesn't spend their life in prison, that might be called the win. So,
yeah.
I mean, honestly, he's got a list in his desk. If I wanted to, I could probably go through and figure it out. But no, his success rate is very impressive considering what we do.
Good. Okay. Um,
And juries like him. That's the thing is as well,
that's
they
another.
they
Yeah. Sorry.
notice
Go
that
ahead.
it's like just the community that we're in is I know it's one thing to watch the trial and have people have their opinions, and that's fine. But having done trials with Mark, he has an uncanny ability to connect with jurors. And they believe him. And it was something that, a lot of it is idiosyncrasies with the specific place we're in, because of course you're going to get people who are, extreme on either end, but those people usually get struck from juries. And somebody who is able to connect with the middle people who end up on juries is very important, at least in the state of Wisconsin, at least in the community we're in, because Racine, I actually don't, our office is in Racine and Kenosha are neighboring counties. They're both the county seats. Racine County's county seat is city of Racine. Kenosha's county seat is city of Kenosha. They're like 11 miles apart. So, I don't actually work in Kenosha, but I work in Kenosha all the time in court.
Right.
I live in Milwaukee County. And that's something that, when I was talking to people about the case going into it, that I had a big problem with all the arguments is he went across state lines. Yes. Well, Antioch's closer to Kenosha than my apartment is to my office. Like I commute every day more miles than it took Kyle to get to Kenosha. And that's where his dad lived. But, that's just such a big thing is people don't realize in Antioch, like people's backyards are Wisconsin and Antioch, Illinois.
So, on that note, is it common then for people in Kenosha to be driving those kinds of commutes for their work or for school
all
or
the
whatever?
time? All the time. So many people in Kenosha will work in Illinois. A lot of people who live in Illinois work in Kenosha. This is something wherein, it's a matter of minutes to get to. It takes, like 20 minutes to get to Illinois.
Yeah.
So our firm does criminal traffic and, quasi-criminal things like restraining orders and chips cases, stuff like that. So we do a lot of traffic, and we have so many clients out of Illinois, even in Racine County, because it's so close.
So where do you think that I guess that theory came from the prosecution? Like, why do you think that they were like hammering on that so hard in this case?
I think the reason the prosecution hammered on it so hard is because the media hammered on it so hard. There were a lot of things that, the prosecution did that, I believe were more speaking to the court of public opinion than necessarily the jurors in the specific case. Because that was something, going full circle, when Mark got involved in this, he had talked with Marina Medvin. Then John Pierce came out and personally met with Mark. Mark at the time was like, I'm not going to just be the person who gives you pro hoc VJ admission. If that's what you're looking for, that's not what I'm here to do. It's like, if I'm going to be on the case, I'm going to do it. And they're like, no, we're looking for somebody to be the guy. And that is, how Mark got involved. And at the time, I was very skeptical about it just because I didn't know much about it. But, Mark very early on, went down and met with Kyle and learned a lot of the actual facts of the situation, was able to come back. And, I knew I was going to have to work on it. I had a lot of questions. And,
Understandably.
he told me the actual facts of the situation, things like, that he didn't cross state lines with his gun. His mom didn't take him to do these things, all this other stuff. That early on, getting that information changed my perspective. And this whole thing has changed my perspective on, the media in general, which is why.
Okay. I wanted to ask you about that. Cause that's been one of the most eye-opening things, at least for me and for so many other people, is just the degree to which the media completely flubbed or maybe, maybe intentionally misrepresented. And if we want to be charitable, we can say that they screwed up, right, on telling the story here, and then double down on the screw up. So what were your thoughts, or any frustrations maybe with the media throughout this whole process?
Well, I mean, the media on both sides, honestly, was terrible. Just using Kyle for things. And that was something, Mark said in his interviews since then, and also told me at the time when we started with this case. It's, our firm, at least, and, the reason why I was hired to work at the firm is because my beliefs and things like that are very consistent. The manner in which I pursue a case and dedicate to myself is very, similar to the way Mark does. And, we're not political attorneys. That is, everybody has the right to an attorney, and that is our political position as far as that goes. There are a lot of laws that I don't, necessarily agree with, but they're in my client's favor. So I'm not going to, it's one of those things, if you're going to politicize one thing, then you have to politicize everything. And, what I may or may not believe in my personal life, I don't believe has anything to do with my job. And, the media in this, it all is a problem with sensationalism. The reason why people want sensational headlines is because it causes excitement in our brains. And,
Right.
It triggers something and people latch onto it. And the problem is, with the way the media is now and the ability to share things, is a lot of times I feel like people think the more that they see something, the more likely it is to be true. But that's a fallacy. That is not how it works. Is, just because you can share something, how many people share things without reading them? And this case in general, and I've told my family this, my friends this, I don't, I'll look at it. I'll look at a story. First of all, I stopped watching the news. That kind of happened along with this. Is I think that is, there aren't too many, unless you're going into independent people on things like, YouTube, aren't a lot of independent mainstream people, and the reason I'm on your show as opposed to doing a lot of the other stuff that's been asked of me is, I feel like a lot of times people use stories and things like that as a platform for the person who's speaking them, not necessarily to tell the story.
Right.
And, I didn't want to be somebody's prop. So I didn't want to go on something larger like that, because I have a very big problem with the media in this. Ultimately, what I've been doing now and, telling my friends is, if there's anything about a document and it doesn't link you to the document, it's not a credible source. Because if they are a credible source and are objective, they're going to let you read it for yourself. And especially with all these filings in the case, I mean, anything that was filed on our behalf that was not filed by Corey was written by me. So if you're seeing these things and it's like, that's not what that document said. I know that's not what that document said because I wrote that document. So, and then, looking at these articles, and it's like, nobody's letting anybody actually read the document. And so that really bothered me personally.
Yeah. Yeah. No kidding. And by the way, I don't know if I mentioned this at the very beginning, because I had a very long soliloquy to do a bunch of housekeeping, but I am incredibly humbled and grateful that you are on this channel to talk to me, because I know you said that you got a lot of requests from a lot of different places.
Yeah. I mean, and I had mentioned to you, like, Hannity tried to send people out to me, like where I was in person that day after the verdict. And, I, in general, don't really feel like I said, I didn't want to be a prop. But also, a lot of it is to correct the record, things like that. And I mentioned to you this right before the show, is I don't think I'm going to do another interview besides this one. I might end up at some time, but right now I don't foresee myself doing anything else. This is an opportunity that I had to sort of tell my story and correct the record is about some things. But in general, I don't feel like my job is necessarily about me. It's about my clients. So I think that, there if Kyle wants to tell his story, Kyle can tell his story. That's his story to tell. But I'm happy to, talk about the bit that I can.
Absolutely. So I'm so happy to have you here and to get your take, to get the information from you that we weren't able to glean while we were watching trial ourselves. Because I know we talked previously a little bit about a lot of the stuff that was sort of in our blind spots that we tried to stay aware of. Was the fact that we couldn't see the jury, you guys could see the jury. You guys had other I'm sure strategy meetings and all kinds of like conversations before trial, during trial. So I'm really excited to get into some of those, the meat and potatoes of all of that.
Yeah.
So were there, let me ask you this, were there any big surprises that happened during trial, other than obviously the infamous drone footage that was not exactly handed over in exactly as an exact copy, I should say. Aside from that, because there's obviously so much interest in hearing from you on that, partly because of how handily you, if I may say, you kicked ass on that. So many people were so impressed by that. So we'll talk about all
Before
of that.
we get into that, as I do want to say, and as I do know the difference between a megabyte and a millibyte, I was very nervous. And in
100%.
general, my family's a medical family, so I default in my head to thinking like milligrams for things.
Okay.
So, and so that was just kind of nervous in the moment, misspeaking, but I do know what a megabyte is.
Yeah. No, I saw that when people learned that that I was going to have you on the channel for this interview, I know that there were a bunch of people that were like, "Hey, it's legal millibytes," like this kind of collaboration, which is fun.
Well, and that's one of the reasons I also had like reached out to you, is because I thought it would be fitting. I was like, bites, like it feels like kismet. So
absolutely, 100%, I agree.
And
we're
I
the
saw
same
somebody
age.
in the chat. Yes, we are the same age, but I did correct myself more than once. Somebody just said I only corrected myself once. I did it more.
No,
But no, we are the
you
same
did multiple
age.
times. Yeah, and like
We're
roughly
33.
roughly same amount of experience outside of law school and whatnot. So it's nice. It's nice having another conversation with another lawyer that is, I'm a little bit on the younger end in comparison to most of the LawTube crew, which is fine. They're great. They have so much experience that I can learn from. But anyway, so other than the drone footage, were there any other like surprises that came up during trial that you guys didn't anticipate?
Yeah, tons of stuff. I mean, the issue with Jump Kick Man, obviously. And that is something, I'm not going to stick up for the prosecutors here. As you said in the beginning, I do want to maintain my professionality and things like that. But Kyle had mentioned this, I believe, in his interview with Tucker, we did not know who Jump Kick Man was until during the middle of the trial. And the state says they didn't. I don't have any reason to doubt them. But, I really don't know. It's not anything I have personal knowledge on. What happened with that was, I don't remember what day it was exactly, because it's kind of all a blur. But the prosecutors called us into I don't remember if we called into the back at that time or not. But they had said that somebody claiming to be Jump Kick Man had come forward. And the state hadn't even met with him yet, hadn't confirmed whether or not he was Jump Kick Man. We had a name, and then we had a copy of a booking photo. And we thought this might be this person, but in the videos, he is wearing a mask. So we didn't really know for sure if this is. It could, with something like this, the amount of crazy people who are coming out of the woodworks, I don't think anybody knew whether or not to believe this was Jump Kick Man until we actually talked with them. And originally, because he was a complaining witness or a victim in the situation, the prosecutors wanted to meet with him without us. We had a big problem with that because he'd been, MIA and just surfaced during the middle of the trial. if we didn't want us there, then we wanted one of our investigators there, and they didn't really want that. But Judge Schrader was kind of just like, no, that's not how it's going to be. Like, he offered to have himself moderate a meeting with everybody, but the prosecutors didn't want to do that, and we didn't really want to do that either. So what ultimately was determined was that the meeting the prosecutors were going to have with him would have been videotaped. The whole thing, we would have instantly got a copy of it, My understanding, at least the information that we were provided, was that the state never actually met with the person claiming to be Jump Kick Man, because beforehand, he, through his attorney, had told them, the only way he's willing to even meet with them is if they agreed to give him full immunity for anything he did that night and the crimes he was charged with previously. And they weren't willing to do that. I mean, they didn't really even know if it was him. I mean, I think it was him, ultimately. But they didn't actually meet with him, to my knowledge.
Okay. Interesting. So when that knowledge came up that he had been, I guess, identified during trial, I mean, what did you guys think about that?
I think I don't know if it was identified or that he came forward. I don't know. It was something that the whole time I was very skeptical. We were all very skeptical of, because Kenosha is not New York City. Like, there should have been somebody who was able to identify him beforehand. And we were very skeptical of the fact, we were saying that the whole time is, we were referring to him as being a non-complaining witness, unknown witness. I mean, I would have a hard time believing that this person didn't know about everything before the trial, at least to some extent. At least that, because it was everywhere in Kenosha.
I mean,
somebody would have identified him. Somebody would have identified him. So
yeah, that's very strange. And then the same thing, I know that there was also a controversy about the Ziminskis, right? And being able to bring them on. Were you guys, remind me, were you guys trying to get them on as witnesses as well, or?
Well, there's a big problem with the witness list in this case is, I think the first witness list, I don't remember if it's the first witness list we got or the second. I could look back, but there were, approximately 180 people on it. And of course, they're not going to be calling all of those people as witnesses. We then got and Jump Kick Man was not on the witness list. His name, because I personally went through each and every person on the witness list previously, and I made a chart with their relevance, things like that. And we got a short list from the state with, identifying who the people they thought they were that they were actually call. We didn't get that until not too long before the trial. And then we got a supplemental short list with doubling the number of people, like a week and a half, 2 weeks before trial. But, the Ziminskis were on the state's witness list. They were never on their short list of people. We had them both under subpoena and, basically on standby the whole trial in case we thought we needed them. But there's a lot more than just what's in the media about the Ziminskis. And, you don't ever want to call a witness who might distract from the issues or is not going to serve you in some way. And there wasn't anything from the Ziminskis that we couldn't get from other people.
Makes sense.
So
I guess it, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like it didn't really hurt your case too much to not have them.
No. And if we had them ready, if we had felt it was necessary, but there are a lot of, like I said, chess game. There are so many factors that are involved in this. And so much of it does involve the jury. I had the best seat in the house for watching the jury. I was literally facing them the whole time. And, I believe and Joel and Demetrius, who's an amazing person who I would love to talk about in a little bit. You know, she was there with us, and she's done a little bit of an interview, at least that I'm aware of. I don't know how many since then. And, you know, she's described a lot of them as being poker faced, but she also unfortunately didn't have the vantage point I was in. So there were, and there were obstacles sort of in the courtroom that were impeding the people in the gallery from seeing certain things. Like there was that big TV that, you know, people were pointing to and stuff while they were talking to the jury. And part of the problem is just the space constraints in that courtroom. Is there are certain things that can't be moved because of it just being a very old building and having to try and like fit all this stuff and these people in here. I mean, there, you know, if we could have moved some things, there would have perhaps been better use of space, but that's not how the courtroom was designed. Right. So, you know, like that big TV, I think impeded a lot of people from like seeing different parts of the jury. But, you know, like I said, I was facing them the whole time. And there were some people who were poker faced the whole time. I mean, there's one woman specifically that I'm thinking about who the only time I saw her really give any type of genuine reaction to anything was actually when Ryan Balch was testifying, and she smiled at him. She liked him a lot.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, but she didn't respond to anybody else at all. She was, yeah. So
that's an odd one to yeah, like if any of them, I would think.
Yeah, she liked Ryan for some reason, and so much of it was little things like that. Is, you know, wanting to make sure that each person had it. If each person's connecting sort of specifically with one person, regardless of whether they're poker faced and the rest of the time, it kind of does inform, you know, your analysis of how things go moving forward. Because there were, I mean, so many things that you don't anticipate. Like we had a medical examiner who was ready to testify, but I mean, Mark was able to successfully use Doug Kelly against the state. So
yeah. For all intents and purposes, he was your medical. Yeah, he was your witness.
why do we need to call our own when, you know, there's the risk of them using him against us, because you can never anticipate, you know, what somebody else is going to say. And regardless of whether or not, I mean, working with experts in general is very odd. I don't know if, you know, not a lot of attorneys don't have experience with it if they do, you know, contractual things like that. But, you know, to an extent, you know, there is working with experts is an art, and there wasn't anything that we thought our expert that we could get out of him that we didn't already get in a more theatrical way with Kelly.
Now your video expert, I mean, as you said, it's an art directing an expert witness, because so much of what they talk about is so technical. And so, you know, not only do they have to have obviously the know-how, the understanding of what it is that they're talking about, but they have to communicate it in a way that a lay person would understand. So with your video expert, to me, that one seemed like, did you guys get thrown off by having to rearrange things before he took the stand? Or
no? Well, I mean, there were. You're talking about like physically rearranging the courtroom, or
no? I mean, because there were certain portions that I think Binger, if I remember correctly, Binger successfully objected to, and so you guys had to like rename certain things, and so it seemed like things sort of got maybe disorganized in the direct examination.
You know, Mark really is the person to talk to about John Black's testimony. The part of the problem with that is, I mean, he had originally been hired to be our use of force expert, and you know, we had our Daubert hearing, you know, that we went through. John did his testimony on that, and then the state responded to that with their expert. And I mean, we didn't even have that full hearing. As you remember, I mean, we were wrapping things in with John's testimony with time, because, you know, there was some criticism over, you know, why would you stipulate to having any of John Black's testimony limited? It's like, well, there was a benefit of that, is because then they couldn't bring in somebody.
Yeah.
And and if you've seen their expert's report, it was just ridiculous. And, you know, you don't want to, and it's a pros and cons, cost benefit analysis type of situation.
Of course.
And, John Black with his testimony, the issues with renaming things like that, I don't think really ultimately had any effect on the cross-examination. Part of it is, again, just dealing with experts, and they get very, very technical about things. And if you don't ask they take their oaths seriously. And, sometimes it's hard to get what you want out of them because you're not phrasing the thing exactly the way they want it phrased. So, I don't think that it was anything extreme with that. I think it was more asinine little changes.
Okay.
But, the things about like the identification of the file name, stuff like that, I mean, they were used as reference points. It was, irritating to have to change those because it's like, oh, you've been calling something an apple and all of a sudden you have to call it an orange, even though it's an apple. But, I don't think that the jury cared about any of that, any sort of, any type of friction that there might have been.
Right. So was there ever, because I remember when we were commenting on the live stream on Ricado Law's channel, we were talking about the possibility of you guys not even needing to put on your own case in chief. Was there ever any kind of a discussion about doing that or limiting further the witnesses that you guys put on?
Oh, we did limit significantly the witnesses that we put on. There were several people that we didn't call because they weren't necessary.
For example, the medical examiner you mentioned.
Medical examiner, our investigators. And I want to take a minute and I want to thank Todd Johnson and Steve Spagnola. Those are our investigators. They are both phenomenal men. Steve is a former Milwaukee homicide detective. Todd is a retired Long Beach homicide detective. They were the only people who were involved with, really the only people involved with the original, who were there before us, rather, who stuck around, who we kept, because they were both very good at their jobs and very good, and were very, very helpful to us. Those, for example, we didn't call them. We had digital experts. We had a bunch of other things that were ready, but a lot of it involves whether or not people make certain concessions on the stand. And so, there were a lot of concessions that were made by people. So, we did limit ours significantly. And also, part of the disadvantage of being the defense is you go second. And there were some times in the state's case of chief that dragged on a bit. And and a lot of it honestly is optics when you deal with the jury, is they don't want to listen to a witness that doesn't add anything.
Right.
And,
because at the end of the day, they want trial to end too, so they can go home and go back to their lives.
Yeah. And this is also, I don't know if people watched voir dire. I know you couldn't see the people and I don't know how well things were microphoned, but somebody during voir dire, said out loud, this is a situation where there's really a win because both sides are so, opposite from each other, and considering everything that we were putting jurors through by being there. It's a respect for them thing too.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's talk a little bit about the jury. I was so surprised when you guys seated them in a day. Is that normal for Kenosha criminal cases, or was that unusually fast?
That was unusually fast. Part of it was because of the limitations that Judge Schrader had put on questioning for voir dire. We did, and so in the last other, I don't remember, I think it was like the Daubert hearing part 2 or something that was like a week before the trial started. we had more of a discussion off the record with, because we had our proposed questions, our questionnaires that we had proposed previously, and Schrader went through them and, basically axed out about 75% of the things we wanted to ask people. So,
such as what? What else did you guys?
I mean, I can't even everything.
Well, just a couple examples, maybe.
There's like some things that you would think would be political. There's the, he almost didn't let us ask. There's always, the typical question is, do you believe that a defendant, is innocent until proven guilty? He was, well, that's technically a political type of question. And
he almost didn't let you ask that?
Yes. Because he's like, yeah. So there was just so many limitations on things like that. And under the circumstances, I think that Corey did a phenomenal job because we were just so very limited in what we were able to do.
Yeah. So what was your thinking and what kind of jurors that you were looking for to seat on there?
I wasn't as involved with jury selection. The nuts and obviously involved with the nuts and bolts of it. But we had, and we'll get into jury selection, Joel and Demetrius. If people don't know, Joel and Demetrius is a really big deal. And if there's anybody, I think, who we added onto the case who, if we had to do it all over again, we would use Joellen every single time. And that is something that will remain constant is, her ability to read people, understand people, things like that is just crazy and phenomenal. She was O.J. Simpson's jury consultant on O.J. Simpson's criminal case. She worked on Kobe Bryant's case. She was a jury consultant for Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker. Like, this woman...
That's quite a list of credentials.
Yes, this woman knows exactly what she's doing, and she's very, very good at it. And she is one of the most humble and just calming people. She was like a security blanket for the whole team. Just having her around is, there are certain types of energy that, I don't have a problem saying it. Certain types of energy that don't work well with me. Certain types of energy that don't work well with Mark and Corey. And she had, and also for the family, she was so there for the family. If you watch Kyle's testimony, first of all, she was in there every single day of the trial. She went above and beyond. She would consult with us at different points in time about different things. But, my mom watching the trial thought that Joel and Demetrius was Wendy's sister because of just like the genuine like compassion and caring that she exhibited.
Yeah. So obviously you guys got an acquittal on all charges. So this feels like kind of a silly question, but were you happy with the jurors that you were able to get on the jury?
I guess there were, which is a terrible answer. So, and I know there was a lot of hubbub about like the Tumblr and Kyle drawing the names out.
Oh yeah.
And, Mark said this in one of his interviews is like the first people saying, oh, that's not fair type of thing. First of all, that's regionally not an absurd practice. I've been in federal criminal trials in, the Eastern District of Wisconsin in front of federal judges, and they let the person pick the name out of a hat. It's more of you're putting the onus in the person's hands. And we had to draw 6 people out of there, and half of them we were devastated to lose. Because those were half of them were people who, if we had to hand pick, would have been in our top 5, 3 of them. So, people think that that's not fair. We were actually quite worried about that because, there are certain people, the 3 of them, 2 of the other 3, were wearing masks the whole time. They weren't.
Was that a concern for you guys?
Masks?
Like as an indication of like politics or other like leanings or?
No, not at all. Honestly, I think part of it was just in an extent wanting to maintain some anonymity. is,
Oh, that makes perfect sense
yeah,
too.
is
Yeah.
regardless of what side you're on. I mean,
Yeah.
all these jurors were worried about their safety. I mean, and proving from the MSNBC guy who followed the bus, like there was legitimate concern for that. And
Yeah.
there were some people who, who wore masks every day. Some people who I think only wore masks in the courtroom because you would see them when they're coming down from, because the way the courthouse is set up is the jury room's upstairs and there's like a back, a private staircase for the people to go upstairs to get to the jury room. And, there are people who we could see putting on masks just where like they were in the stairwell. So, that obviously makes it a little bit more difficult to read people sometimes. There was no mask requirement. But
Right.
if people, I mean, there were lots of reporters and other people in the courtroom wearing masks. Anyway, that did make some things a little bit difficult, but with the people who are really interested, whether or not they're wearing a mask, is not the deciding factor, because there are so many other ways to read people's body language, eye contact, where they're looking,
If they're sleeping.
yes, where they're looking, how they're sitting in their chair, where they're faced, things like that.
If they're counting all of the tiles on the roof.
Yeah.
So was there any point during the trial that you were maybe initially worried about, but then when it came to being in trial, that you noticed that jurors were like falling asleep, for example? Like, was there any moment like that you were like, oh, okay, they're not listening to any of this testimony right now?
Well, yeah, and I think you're specifically going towards one thing is I know that there's been a lot of criticism about Mark and Corey not objecting more during Kyle's cross, and part of that was the jury's response. I mean, at certain points in time,
I knew it.
At certain points,
I feel so justified.
Yeah, I mean, there were a certain amount of people who, were paying it, who were very, just because I feel like everybody in general was very attentive because they knew that this was a serious case, but you can tell when you lose people, and you can lose people in many different ways. You can lose people by being boring. You can lose people by, asking the wrong questions. And you can also lose people by being mean to the witness. And there was a certain amount of benefit that, well, first of all, Corey and Mark generally aren't big objectors. At least not on a direct, because it really depends upon the circumstances. But a lot of it is, if people aren't paying attention or they don't seem to be picking up on something little, then you don't want to bring their attention to it, because especially with these jurors, I mean, they were very much picking up on objections. We had a juror note that was a question that was after, I don't remember what point it was, but there was an objection. The jury had to leave the room. And, there was a question that we got, and they wanted to know why the objection was overruled or, had been sustained in that circumstance. And
oh boy.
There's a reason why you're not allowed to be in there. Right. So the last thing you ever want to have a jury do is speculate. So if it's something that, is a question that, they've seemed to sort of glossed over a subject in their presentation, their questioning, we're not going to bring it up to other people. And also, I think that there were specifically some jurors who were very much feeling bad for Kyle in the situation, because, I mean, and it was something that worked more to our favor, the way that we did things, than it did actually to, it had more of a benefit the way that it was handled, in our opinion. And just from the responses from the jurors, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, that's because, yeah, that makes perfect sense. And I say that because I personally feel vindicated, because I was thinking, like, that also calls a lot of attention for the jury, because they don't necessarily know what's important, what's not, what is important, what isn't important. And, for us watching and for our viewers that were watching our commentary, obviously they had the benefit of having a whole panel of lawyers being like, okay, this is important because, so that could direct their attention. But the jurors obviously didn't have any attorneys kind of speaking in their ears like, this is important.
And also they didn't see the conversations with the judge about why these things were important. Right. And, there's also just a feel, again, it's a downfall to go second in a way, because people are already like, have heard information and don't want to hear things duplicatively, unnecessarily. But, we also had the benefit of, with being able to observe the jurors and knowing the things that we're paying most attention to. And just from a note-taking standpoint, there were always significantly more people taking notes when either Mark or Corey was questioning.
Oh,
okay. So that's, those type of things important. We pick up on is, there were certain things that they seemed to be writing off. And just from a credibility standpoint, that's, again, we don't want to bolster their credibility inadvertently by justifying something that might be mean under the circumstances. But I mean, we knew this was going to be a trial case from the day it happened. Kyle, had been mentally preparing himself to testify for a very long time. And I think he did very well for himself.
Yeah. No, yeah, he absolutely did. And let's see what else. Oh, so another question is, does Judge Schrader have a preference against objections, or does he not really care one way or another? Because some people were wondering, I mean, especially because, the prosecution definitely seemed like they were getting on his nerves quite a bit, and he yelled at them a couple times. So some people were wondering if maybe you guys were concerned about also sort of pushing his buttons at some point.
Well, and this is, again, something about just knowing Judge Schrader and something that I don't think a lot of people that didn't come across in translation is, why weren't we pushing harder for the mistrial with prejudice? Why did we ask for a mistrial without prejudice? So never at any point in time after that was brought up were we not asking for that. It's giving us another avenue and another way to potentially set Kyle up for success, is because the judge Judge Schrader in general, most of that stuff didn't come up until after the evidence had already gone to the jury. And we were confident that there was no way he was going to spoil that jury. He was going to let them deliberate for better or for worse. And the mistrial issues, and he had said that, if there is a conviction, we have to deal with these. So those things were already on the record. Yeah. And, let's say, for example, Kyle had been found guilty of something. Judge Schrader could have, after the fact, given us our mistrial with prejudice and, disregarded the jury's verdict, and also could have instead given us a mistrial without prejudice. Or, if he was feeling crazy, he could have given us both, technically. I mean, one presupposes the other, but those were never at any point in time waived. And an idiosyncrasy with Schrader is that's, again, if somebody's not going to do something, what do we gain by being, problems about it? Because we weren't being problems with things throughout the trial. Right. And that was, it was something that, like I said, we were confident he wasn't going to deal with it at the time. He wanted it to be a jury decision. And, I think it is of something so important, so much importance that, like, we would have loved to had more time to more extensively brief and research. But part of the problem with all of this is, being bound by where we were at. I mean, we couldn't, our office is 11 miles away from the courthouse. We couldn't, and for security reasons, we couldn't come and go. We had a room that we were allowed to be, that, we had set aside for us. But, I had bags and so much stuff with us because we had to schlep laptops back and forth every day. We didn't have a printer. The poor court reporter and clerk, who are both amazing people, Tammy and Karen, I don't know how many times I was like, will you please print this for me? So
with having to do with the mistrial with prejudice and then asking for a mistrial without prejudice, what was the reasoning, since you already had the mistrial with prejudice on the record? What was the reasoning for then also asking for the mistrial without prejudice?
Part of the problem with the mistrial with prejudice is obviously politics behind it, and things aren't as easy as just filing an interlocutory appeal. That is, all well and good to say, but how that actually works and plays out in real life is very complicated. And we knew that the prosecution wasn't going to agree to it. We knew that Schrader wasn't going to grant it at that time. He was going to take it under advisement. So, we got these two things. It gives Kyle another option moving forward, because if for some reason judge didn't think that rose to the level of a mistrial with prejudice, that doesn't mean we can't appeal those decisions, but that takes a lot of time. And if there had been a guilty conviction, if we have to appeal, this decision on whether or not a mistrial with prejudice should have been granted, Kyle would have still been in custody. Mm-hmm. If we're doing a mistrial without prejudice, then he still gets to stay out on bond. So, putting all your eggs into one basket when, because there was granted, I still believe that, it was grounds for a mistrial with prejudice. And I'm not quite sure, what would have happened moving forward with that, because, there are so many variables, and, judge just didn't want to have to make that decision. Yeah. But if we're, going to, I think it was Legal Mindset or somebody had said, you want to throw it up to the faceless, appellate court or something like that. That doesn't serve Kyle. That doesn't, by putting all our eggs, like I said, eggs in one basket is right. Because his safety has been a considerable issue throughout. And, this isn't a situation where they're going to grant a stay pending appeal. Right. So if he had been convicted of something, he would have been incarcerated, and he would have been in risk of his safety. Right.
So I guess, did you guys worry that asking for a mistrial without prejudice would jeopardize the mistrial with prejudice, or did you think that either way Schrader would grant whatever he thought was most applicable?
He would grant whatever he thought was most applicable. Okay. It wasn't a situation where, just with how he is, he will take everything as it is, specifically. I mean, It wasn't a situation. I mean, the arguments were similar, for reasons why, because of the importance of this piece of evidence. But, just the way he works, and also with the way Wisconsin law works, there's so many idiosyncrasies that are specifically based to state law and also county practice. And it wasn't something that we were concerned about. No. Okay. At least not that I'm aware of. It wasn't a realistic concern.
That makes sense. And did Kyle have any input in that? A lot of people wanted to know if he had any input on whether you guys were asking for with prejudice, without prejudice.
You can rewatch that part of I believe it was Corey who brought up the mistrial without prejudice. I was not party to any conversation, so I don't know. I can't explain that.
Okay. That makes sense. Let's see. Well, I still have more questions that I want to ask, but we do have another lawyer to join us. So we have with us Miss Emily D. Baker. Hey, Emily, how are you?
Emily. Oh, it's so nice to meet you, Natalie. It's always good to see you. Alita, thank you.
Of course, nice to meet you too.
It's good to be here. I'm so glad you guys are getting to talk and getting to break it down. And and that there was an acquittal. So you can talk about it.
Yeah.
Big,
absolutely.
big part
And
of
I also want to remark, there's a lot of, if I do say so myself, there's a lot of nice hair on this stream right now.
Right?
I
I did get a lot of compliments about my hair.
I
my
see it in the chat too.
Yeah, my hair started turning white when I was 16. This is just how it is.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't
I
dye
love
it.
it. It's like I
It's
don't
my
know if you,
rogue. It's my superpower.
yeah, oh, I was gonna say it's that Rogue was my favorite of the X-Men
X-Men,
growing
yeah.
up. So it's perfect.
Yeah.
I have a natural white stripe in the front, and when I started dyeing my hair purple as I moved to YouTube after I was a prosecutor, there was definitely no purple hair. I had started letting that grow out anyway, and people always thought it was blonde, and I'm like, no, this is gray. I was just glad it kind of grew in the front, and it worked because I didn't have time to always keep up with dyeing it, and I didn't want to have roots when I was in trial, and that just it grows fast.
It does. It really does.
Mine doesn't grow very fast, but it's white. So
Exactly.
I love it. I love it.
So sorry, I know coming in kind of interrupts the flow, and if
it's okay.
bring up
Not at
something we
all.
already talked about, I'm sure you still have tons of questions because
Yeah.
everyone has so many questions.
Oh, of course. Well, so next I wanted to talk about Natalie, your relationship with Kyle. So when you first met him, what was your first impression of him?
Well, I didn't meet Kyle until after he was already bonded out. My first impression of Kyle, just that he was a kid. He's very polite. He's very chill. And I remember I haven't watched a ton of interviews, and I know I've made mentions to specific parts of like the live stream watching the trial and stuff. And I mean, no, I have not watched all of it at all. There are certain
You don't want to rewatch your entire trial with
like 80 hours of it.
No, I mean there were some specific parts that obviously like my friends and family were like linking me to because they were funny like reactions to things. I think the first time that I became aware that this was going on was after Corey's cross of Gage Grosskreutz, because I being part of that, I was like, this is going so great. This is awesome at the time. I also wanted to rewatch it because, like, as Alita said, it's like a masterclass in cross. That was such a good cross. And, I strive to just be better in everything that I do. And I mean, I was there and got to work with it firsthand, but there's so much to learn by looking back on it.
Yeah.
There more of little things that I've seen, have been after the fact, but I haven't watched. I know Kyle's done interviews. I don't really have anything to say about his interviews. I can say he's got certain obligations that he has to do because he's a person and we had to get this far. And he also deserves the right to tell his story. But in Tucker's interview, I did watch with my family when I was home for Thanksgiving. He brings up the end. I think Tucker had asked him, you seem really calm, and he's like, oh yeah, I got to be calm. I can't control everything. If I freak out, then other people are going to freak out. I'm freaking out inside, but the best thing I can do is stay calm. And that's just how he is. I mean, he's not, and I mean this in the best possible way, they're kind of simple people. There's not really any sort of malintentions. And when I first got on the case, that was something else that I thought, because of just the way the media had been spinning everything, that was too convenient, until I actually met Kyle and I met his family. And they are people that just, it's on the surface. They're not overtly political. They are just try and do the best that they can. And, he's somebody who's also very thoughtful and interested in learning things. I remember at one point in time, and I obviously can't talk about communications about the case, but
right.
this was just something otherwise, I think he had called me or some other person ma'am or something. And I was like, I love the respect there, but you never call a woman who's not a judge or a police officer ma'am. Like, you call them miss. And he was like very interested in why my opinion was for that. And I was like, well, first of all, because it makes me feel really old, so don't call me ma'am. And there's little things like that. He's very receptive to things. And he, because I spent tons of time with him throughout the duration of the case, but especially during, those 3 weeks, we were driving to and from the courthouse with him, stuff like that. And, we had like lives to live. I was like speaking with family and friends and stuff on the phone. He would hear it on the phone. He's like, what does that person you were talking to look like? Like, I just want to put a face with a name. And he's like, oh, and he's like, just like actually very interested, generally interested in, our lives and things like that.
Which is kind of unique for a kid his age. A lot of kids at that age aren't so concerned with what everybody else is doing. It's kind of their age, their friends. And I'm a mom of a teen who's not that old, but it really is a unique, not every kid is that interested in the people around him.
Yeah.
I imagine the defendants are when you work with them in cases.
Yeah. And he also, like I said, some of the media stuff I think is, I don't personally know any arrangements about anything, but my belief is that there are some things he was obligated to do. And something else that, has come up a lot is the whole ASU thing and whether or not he was a student in protests and stuff. I mean, what I can tell people is that he had a biology test the day of voir dire and he was freaking out about it. Like, you wouldn't think that somebody would be like, oh, I have to do this college exam because it's like, but no, that was an obligation that he undertook. And he was so proud to be in college that, it was something he was very serious about.
That's wild because of the amount of pressure that he had already being not just in any criminal trial, but in this kind of a criminal trial with this much scrutiny. I mean, it's wild that he still was like, nope, I still have a test to take.
No, I like hearing that though, because I think it really paints a picture of, you know what, I need to focus on my life too. And I'm focused on my life too, not just on this trial. And I don't know, that for me indicates some level of deep trust also in the defense team. Like, I'm not the one doing this trial. I'm on trial and I'm focused here. I imagine for a lot of people, focusing on something other than just a trial would help them stay somewhat calm. Because I can't imagine being on a trial like that with a camera pointed at your face. And if you yawn or sneeze or scratch your nose or rub your forehead, that it becomes actually national news.
Yes, the yawning especially. I mean, poor kid wasn't sleeping. If you're 18 years old and you're looking at a trial where you might be put away for the rest of the life, are you going to sleep?
Plus, I would imagine
a lawyer that's never yawned during trial, especially.
Yeah.
I was yawning at some points.
I've yawned during trial when I've been the prosecutor doing the trial. I mean, trial is exhausting and it's not always riveting.
Yeah. Yeah. And I would also imagine that he probably has a lot that he's dealing with, just dealing with the incident itself. I mean, people have talked a lot about PTSD and that kind of stuff. I don't know. And I don't know if any of that is shareable, but either way, like, I would imagine that there's just a lot to deal with that's going to take a while for him to deal with that maybe kind of helps to, or maybe it doesn't help his whole sleep situation.
Oh man, now I wish that I would have been at my house because I would have had cats on too. I was telling Alita about this beforehand. Is one of the reasons I'm doing this at my office is I have this little cat named Squeakers who talks a lot, hence her name being Squeakers, and I can't do Zoom things from home because she will just be like in front of the camera.
No, this is Fred. Fred has a brother that is also a ginger cat named George. Fred likes to be on camera. If I am sitting at my desk streaming, Fred will walk on my soundboard that has sound effects. He will walk on my keyboard. He has exited me out of stream. He is very much a part.
Yeah, he DM'd me that one time.
He did DM me. He is very much involved in streaming, and it's one of those things that I'm like, well, you know what? I'm a live streamer and it's from my home and this is my life, but it would be harder on like court Zoom calls to have your cat walking.
Yeah, of course.
Getting back to the question, though, I know you'd asked about the PTSD thing, and I'm not going to talk about his PHI, his personal health information.
Of course.
But I was at the trial when he testified. And, there have been different people whose response have been, oh, I didn't see tears. Well, first of all, what definition is these cameras shooting in? I would not expect you to be able to see tears going down his face, because that's just kind of one of those things. And the second thing is, there's so much that gets lost in translation with the mood of a place and an experience when these things are happening. And he, people are like, oh, fake crying, things like that. If you, it's even hard for me to go back and watch it again, because it was real. And when you look at it, he's trying not to break down, which, especially if you're a teenager and you're trying not to break down, might also look at the same type of thing that, if somebody's faking, because he's trying to keep it restrained. It wasn't allowing yourself to necessarily experience your natural emotions. And that isn't going to come across, necessarily super well. But I mean, the kid had a panic attack. He had a flashback, and we had so many people reach out to us after the fact that I watched this. I have PTSD. This is, I feel for this kid. And, I've said throughout everything, if people know all the facts of the situation, if they watch the trial, I don't really care what your opinion is. Personally, from a personal level, I mean, obviously I want to advocate for my client, but the 12 most important people in the world already found him not guilty. So I really don't, those people are his opinion that matters to me. But if people have watched the trial, who watched the whole thing, who think that he was fake crying, I mean, that's your opinion, but you weren't there.
Now, can I ask you a follow-up on that? Because for me, it rang very authentic, but I've also been in courtrooms and watched people retell the worst things that have happened to them. And you often can see, they often try to not let that out in front of a jury because it's embarrassing. And
especially if you're 18.
Yes, having everyone staring at you is very...
And it was nationally televised.
Being a young man too, that the gender part of that also might have an impact.
And I think also being the defendant in the case also has an impact, because you don't want the jury to perceive that you're trying to make yourself a victim. There's a lot that goes into that, but it being in the room, how did the jurors respond? How did other counsel respond? Because it looked like the second prosecutor, not Binger, who I have very strong feelings about in a negative way. It looked like he was putting his face down and dabbing in his eyes. It looked like there were emotional responses in the courtroom, but it's very hard to tell when you're not there.
Okay. One thing, emotional response, I couldn't see Krause's face at the time. I mean, because I was looking at Kyle. I was looking at Kyle and I was looking at the jury.
There.
Well, actually, I don't even know if I could see Kyle really at that point, just because of from where I was and where Mark was kind of between the two of us. I don't know if I don't think I saw it when it started, but I could see, but you can feel when the room gets instantly quiet. And it was a feeling type of thing. And I don't think I could see Kyle at first, if I remember correctly, but I think Mark moved and then I could see him. And I mean, my first thought was, I was like, he left his water bottle on the table. Right. He was nervous drinking fluids throughout the whole thing. But, we were worried about him. And the judge was too. I mean, it was a genuine response, and the jurors felt it. I mean, like I said, Joelle and Demetrius, we talked to her afterwards. She's in farther back in the courtroom. The only thing I remember hearing at that time, besides Kyle, and, there's always some sort of background noise, is I remember hearing snaps from the cameras, and I could very distinctly hear them, because from the two pool photographers, because that was the only noise in the room at the time.
Wow.
Were them trying to take pictures of Kyle and trying to take pictures of Wendy. Is nothing. Wow. No, everything else was just, dead silent.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's something that you couldn't necessarily get on the live stream, because, there's a certain frequency that we get access to,
Mhm.
you know. So, but that is, I mean, that's the equivalent of, you know, you could hear a pin drop
Pin
in the
drop
room.
is, you know, I don't know why, you know, I honed in on that, but you know, when shutters, when you use like the shutter speed, it's opposed to using like, you know, an iPhone, things like that, you can hear it, you can hear the clicks. And it wasn't like something where it's just like you hear one click, like you can hear like all 5 clicks that are like part of the one click. I don't know
Yeah.
any
No,
better way
it's
to
such
describe
like
that.
a
Yeah.
rapid shutter speed. It's such a
Yeah.
distinct noise when it's just like clack, 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 clack. It's
Mhm.
just, it's very distinct. And in a silent room, it is very loud. And that room looked fairly large. Was it echoey in the courtroom? Because it looked like it had fairly high ceilings.
Honestly, it wasn't loud enough. There were problems with, you know, if you look at some of the reporters and stuff like that, they had these like little black boxes right here. They were connected to headphones. So, and there were never enough of those. People
I
in the
was
back,
wondering what those were.
yeah, people in the back always had a hard time hearing things, and you know, they didn't have enough because, I mean, there was a certain amount of, you know, sound set up, but part of the problems with humans is if you're not, I mean, and I'm not used to recording and paying attention to this microphone. You know, if you're used to doing that, it's something you pay attention to. But, you know, I don't think, you know, Kyle's concern was having the mic in front of his mouth type of thing. He's telling a story. And
Even the lawyers too, there were definitely
yeah.
times where you would see the court ask them, like, remember, because you're used to doing trials just to a jury, not to a live stream, and not having to like worry that you're at the thing and not bumping the mic with your paper that's flipping over each time. But we definitely heard it. Every paper flip came across on that microphone.
Yeah, and and that was also, there's just a certain amount of background noise because most of the reporters in there and stuff were on their laptops. They were typing, you know, there's people going in and out. There were deputies like pacing the courtroom frequently to make sure that nobody had their cell phones out trying to take pictures of the jurors. There's just all this background noise. But you know, that was like the moment when Kyle was, that it stopped during that.
Did you guys already talk about the MSNBC and the jury bus? Speaking of,
just briefly,
just briefly touched on it, but we can definitely get into it. Let me just make sure before we stop talking about Kyle, because there were a couple interesting questions that I got from people, because I can't remember if I mentioned it earlier, but I asked on all of my social media platforms for questions from people that they had that they would like to see answered, and I got so many great questions. There's one here. Somebody said, so actually multiple people said that they could tell that you believed Kyle just by watching you during trial. One said that you seem to have a maternal sense of care for him and wanted to know if you have kids yourself.
No, I do not have children. I like sleeping a lot. So
that's very fair. Like, that's very fair. And the thing is, with the profession of law, sleep is already literally your most prized commodity.
Yeah. I mean, I'm only 33. I mean, maybe someday. I'm not somebody who looks forward and thinks about things like that. Like, my plans for my future involve more of my professional career and things I want to do, and whatever else happens falls into line is cool. You know, and I'll take it in stride. But it's not, I think a lot of people have a tendency to avoid acknowledging and figuring out who they are. And that's something I've spent a lot of time doing. And I know who I am. I know what my goals are and things like that. And those aren't necessarily dependent upon other people or my status in relationship to other people.
Yeah.
So no, I am not.
That's a very important thing.
Yeah. I mean, I know I don't have kids. I have taken care of kids a lot. I was a nanny. I took time off between undergrad and law school, and I was a nanny. I nannied part-time during law school for extra money. You know, I'm fine. I love kids. I like the elderly. I love, you know, animals. I'm just generally kind of a caring and nurturing person. And
seems like it. I get that vibe.
Yeah, and I mean, he was going through like really tough stuff. And, you know, a lot of it was also just, you never know in this situation if somebody's going to leave with you or not. And there's nothing wrong with being kind to people.
Of course.
So,
Of course.
you know, and it's not like his mom could be sitting next to him fussing over the whole time. And I think at some points he was getting irritated with me. Like, it's like, Natalie, I'm fine. But, you know, he had other things on his mind. And I was doing it for Mark and Corey too, because, you know, it was a role I adopted myself. You know, what are the things that I can control in the situation? Is there so much that I can't control? Things that I can control is, you know, making sure that there are a couple little things, comfort things taken care of.
Yeah.
Did you already talk about your role with the tech in the case?
No,
Not yet. We will get into, because I know that was something that you were very curious about. So I wanted to wait until you were here. So someone else noticed that right before the verdict, that you and Kyle linked pinky fingers.
Oh.
Was that like for good luck, or is there any story to that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, not a great story. So, I mean, we didn't have a lot of time between when we found out there was a verdict and getting things ready. And like, we had to be ready to go. We basically had like grab bags to, as soon as this was happening, we were getting out. And I didn't get a chance to like hug him upstairs. And this was more like, you know, we're here. That was, I mean, I didn't get my chance to hug Kyle, and I didn't know if I was going to be able to. And, you know, I don't consider my clients my friends because they're my clients, but I care about all my clients. I mean, that's just who I am as a person is, you know, I'll be straight as hell with you, and I'll be telling you if, you know, I think you're making a good choice or a bad choice, but at the end of the day, it's not my life. And, you know, I really don't hug clients. Often I try not to, just because there's certain boundaries that you need to keep. But, you know, I spent 3 weeks straight just with that kid, that in and of itself. And, you know, it was more of, you know, I'm here. It's a gesture. And I didn't realize anybody could see that either. So
there's a lot of astute observers in this trial. And then when
because everything is streamed, and then I think it's great that people asked instead of interpreting. Everything is streamed, and I think one of the things that stood out to me, especially when trying to like view the evidence, and you saw Kyle kind of next to the judge. I know the media made a lot of it, but as a former DA, there were often times where I'm like, I do not want to be anywhere near this defendant that I am prosecuting. And I did not get that vibe in the courtroom at all, that there was concern about Kyle moving about the courtroom. Of course, he was out of custody, but even sometimes in out of custody cases, there's more distance. And I think that spoke, for me watching, it spoke a lot about the comfort of everyone in the courtroom, and the fact that Kyle had clearly been respectful during the legal proceedings to everyone in the courtroom, because there seemed to be no, ill at ease with it.
Yeah, I mean, he was nothing but polite and respectful to everybody. There was no concerns from that. And I mean, obviously, you know, if we had been on a ground floor building or something like that, you know, there might have been a little more concern about him moving around. But I mean, there was tons of the sheriff's office security. And that's, again, another, I giving out my little shout outs for some of the underrated people is Bill Beth, Forrester, the people in the Kenosha County Sheriff's Office were so professional and did such a good job taking care of us. They took their jobs incredibly seriously. And we also had our own security people there. I miss the two LTTC, like, we miss you around the office. But, you know, I'm sitting there, you know, you'd see me, I had multiple computers and stuff, but I mean, I was in communication with people. We were assessing security threats as things were going about.
I wanted to ask about that too. Yes.
I mean, and Kyle actually was very perceptive on a lot of that. But you know, anything, it was like, you know, this guy, you know, me messaging these people. I'm like, okay, this person looks like they're about to take their camera out or something like that, you know, or, you know, this person is responding in this way, like, you know, we think they're a concern, keep an eye on them, type of things. You know, there was constant communication going on with that, because you have to in this type of situation.
Other than having security at the office, sorry, Alita, I'm just
No,
like,
no, no, no. Oh, no, that's okay.
I was really curious about what security measures y'all took. Did you have people? I mean, you said you had a security team. I'm assuming they were monitoring streams about the case, social media about the case.
Well, the security team was Kyle's security team. That wasn't our security team. We were just lucky enough that, these people knew they had to get us through too. And I mean, they were great people. But getting things through, I mean, honestly, it was at the point of being a problem with how many people were reaching out to us, things like that, wanting to help. And that's, if I hadn't had a friend link me to, Rakita's stream when they were watching it, I don't know how many emails we got. They had to stop answering the phone at our office because there was just nonstop calls coming in. I mean, and this is from both sides. I mean, people making threats, also people trying to help, and as a matter of due diligence, needing to follow up on everything. So there were people in our office that were doing a lot of the vetting of initial things. A lot of things were getting forwarded to me via email, or I have a work text number set up because I don't give people my cell phone number because for obvious reasons.
First rule.
But I have this work text number set up where I text my clients, and I had told people at my office if it's somebody who, and people were getting angry when certain things were happening. I remember, our receptionist telling me about this lady who called, and it was during the trial, and she insisted on speaking with one of the attorneys involved with the trial. And my receptionist was like, well, they're in court right now. And she got really mad and left a negative Google review.
They did answer me while they were in court on television.
Yeah.
On a very important matter with somebody's rights.
Yeah. So, I mean, we were getting a lot of stuff. I mean, there wasn't anything really that was brought up to us. I mean, there were some nuggets of things, different interpretations that were relevant and that were maybe incorporated later. But for the most part of it, it was all stuff that we'd had. I mean, that doesn't mean that there wasn't nuggets here and there, but it was, I mean, we're still get so many phone calls. I mean, we've had thousands of phone calls and emails.
I can only imagine. Did you guys have anyone that was sort of monitoring the media response or monitoring social media response back at the firm, or did you guys just sort of ignore that for the most part?
There's some stuff. I mean, and I had mentioned this to you previously. There were, some little things when I had watched stuff and most of me rewatching things was just because you don't necessarily get to appreciate stuff in the moment. Or I said, I can't always see all of the witnesses super well just because where I was seated, I could see the jury great. But Corey's cross of Gage, Joanne Fiedler's testimony, Nathan DeBrune, stuff like that. I wanted to go back and watch. And, there were little nuggets here and there and I had told Alita this is during Gage Grosskreutz. I mean, and this was also one of the benefits things about having everything televised is when we were getting ready for closings is, there was an extent that we were getting daily transcripts, but I mean, Karen, the court reporter, also, she's so phenomenal. I mean, she had a ton of stuff going on, but she was getting us dailies and stuff without complaint. She was amazing. But, there's stuff that in and of the moment on the weekend, I don't know. I mean, Karen was very good about responding to her emails on the weekend, but, it's conveniently we can go back and look at it. But,
work for a court reporter. I don't know. The chat might, and those watching might not appreciate, but for a court reporter to be in court and transcribe an entire trial day by day and then turn around and format that into a transcript daily is a tremendous amount of work. And in not all jurisdictions will court reporters willingly do that.
Yeah. I mean, we weren't getting dailies for everything. There were certain parts that we'd want. We were like, okay, I want, just the cross of this person or the direct of this person or just, recross, or there's this specific paragraph that I want to have the wording correct on.
Right.
And, there were benefits though to the stream. And I mean, I told Alita, with Gage Grosskreutz testimony, he mentioned the word head trauma. And that was something that Alita was like, I hope they bring that up in closings. And
I did.
that was the one thing. I don't think there was anything else specifically from the streams that really got incorporated.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh my God. That's
yeah. All of the LawTube street cred right now, Natalie. We appreciate you.
Well, I mean, it was that was something that, you know, with me, because I had wanted to go back and rewatch it, that I was like, okay, this is something that I didn't pick up on at the time, that there was this great response to. Pretty much everything else, you know, we were able to. Or, you know, there are some things that just like don't matter because people aren't there and aren't looking at the jury. And that's a lot of, you know, we're very good humored about criticism, things like that. I mean, first of all, if people haven't ever been, I mean, even if you're an attorney, if you've never done a trial, like, I mean, we don't really care what your opinion is because you haven't done that. I mean, as far as
that
like
is also fair.
As far as like a strategy, yeah. As far as like strategy goes, you know, and we had a theory from the beginning, and it was one that Kyle agreed with, and it was what we stuck with, and it's what we won with.
And that, you know what, that there's something really powerful about that, because if you have to take your trial from your opening to your closing, and you can't shift tracks. You can incorporate what comes at you, but you can't really shift tracks. You can lose a jury that way. So,
well, and the state proved that, yeah, because I mean,
absolutely,
yeah, Mark coming in with his closing. I mean, Binger had said in the beginning, you know, you'll see him chasing, you know, Rose. That went very quickly, went out the window, and everything is, you know, not only is a situation where everything is available to look at after the fact. I mean, the jury isn't going home and watching YouTube every day, but I mean, they were there, but sometimes they need to be reminded of things. And so, you know, when we're able to directly quote you that you had said this in the beginning and that never happened, you know, it's either you aren't prepared and don't know your case, or you're trying to pull something over the jury's eyes. And they don't
that way watching it.
They don't appreciate that.
Right.
No, they don't.
Right.
It's one of the things when we were doing a lot of commentary, we were like, look, we're watching this almost like sports commentary, and we're spotting everything we see, but we're not looking at the jury. We're not looking at the witnesses the way that you would in the courtroom. I do want to know, though, was there amusement with the reaction of the stream clips that went viral with Alita and
yeah. No, that was more of what it was, is like entertainment. Is just needed something to make us laugh during all of this. I mean, and
losing their minds over Gabe's response.
Yeah, I mean,
it was great. It was a great cross. It really was.
Yeah.
Tell Corey I said so.
I will. I've told Corey that multiple times, and Corey is a very humble and awkward about it. He's like, "Oh, it was good." Like, no, Corey, it was awesome.
Not like law students take note. You won't always get these moments in court, but if you do, you need to walk away going, I had that moment in court, because I think that cross is going to be something used in law school to exhibit and show what a controlled and excellent cross looks like, because it's on TV, and it's a case people are familiar with, and it just makes the practice of law so real, because it was really a phenomenal cross. I mean,
it was something that I was just like, that I'm, you know, in some ways, you know, very humbled to be part of this. I know I've seen people saying things, and I think I mentioned earlier, why didn't it wasn't involved more, because I didn't need to be. And it wasn't something that, you know, and Mark and Corey have worked so hard their entire careers. They deserve every second of the attention they've gotten, and they deserve every bit of credit that is owed in this situation. I know that different people have different opinions about style, approach, things like that, which is all well and good, but they don't work in Kenosha. And Racine, the ability of both of them to connect with jurors, especially regionally, is such a big thing, because you get somebody who's from a big city, you know, Chicago, LA, New York, something like that. I mean, and I think that had that been involved, things might have gone extremely differently, because this was a case about Kenosha, and so many people don't realize the state Kenosha was in at the time is, you know, something that's not really talked about a ton. I mean, they've talked about a little bit, and Nathan DeBruyn went into it, is just there were so many buildings, like not even near the courthouse, that were just demolished. It was just burnt to the ground. And, you know, there wasn't and this is something Richie McGinnis has also talked about, is because, you know, he's been to all these different protests and stuff, different places, demonstration, is you know, when we were doing research for, you know, the case, you know, he had done different interviews, and I'm talking about just how unprepared Kenosha was, and it was. And it's something that, you know, there's so many factors that got into why we ended up in this situation, but the people who live in Kenosha know it best. They felt it best. I mean, I don't know how many people bought firearms because of this. There were witnesses that weren't brought in who, you know, because they really didn't add anything to anything. One specifically that I'm thinking about, who had given a statement that was, you know, after these shots happened, them running away and, you know, stopping to take a breather in front of somebody's house, and the person in the house coming out with a gun about ready to shoot them because they're like, get off my property, because of everything that's going on right now. This was a law. It was lawless at the time. You know, there needed more help, and they didn't have the help to do. There weren't the people. The National Guard should have been there after the first day, and they weren't.
It's too like the prosecution was going to try to paint Kyle as an outsider, this across state lines. And it seems that the defense team really leaned into that to prove, no, this is our community. And it almost felt at times like Binger was the one from the big city who was trying to be a little more slick with the jury. And you can appreciate that. It's something we taled about a lot with the pronunciation of havoc. It was,
Yes.
Oh yeah, havoc.
It was
Havoc. I loved it.
It's
I
so-
can't say it the same anymore.
I can't either, but it's so low. It's very local. And that is something that is needed. I felt like Binger was playing the trial, and please let me know your thoughts on this, that Binger was playing the trial to the national media, and the defense team was taking this trial directly to the jury.
I think that that's a fair feeling.
Yeah.
We talked about closing a little bit. Did you guys already talk about Binger pointing weapons at the jury? Because
Oh, no, we
not
haven't.
Can we do that real quick? Before
Yeah,
Okay.
let's do it. Let's
The
do
thing,
it.
and I mean, I don't want to stand up for people, you know, about decisions, but factually correcting the record, he wasn't pointing it at the jury.
Okay.
I mean,
Oh,
please,
okay.
I wanted to
Yeah.
know how that went
he
down.
was not pointing at the jury. I mean, honestly, it was like, I think it was pointed more at like that TV that we were using.
Okay.
That was kind of what it was. And I don't. It was not pointed at any specific person.
So it because the way it played out in the media and the way it played out or seemed to play out on TV, because they can't show the jurors, which is completely proper and I'm glad they didn't, is that it looked like he was pointing this towards the jury. And I wonder and you're like, no, it wasn't at the jury, because you don't know if it's at the space next to the jury or above them or to the side. I wonder what it was like for Binger to realize that sometimes the media perceives things differently, and he got skewered for something that was maybe perceived differently. That must have been an interesting experience.
Well, I don't know if he was intentionally doing this or not, but I think it's also interesting because there was the issue with Kyle being left-handed, and if he were to raise the gun that way, but I mean, it would have been weird. I mean, Binger's also left-handed, so it was very easy for him to do it very streamlined way and hold it in that way because he's a left-handed man. And I mean, I don't know his experience with firearms, if he has any, but you know, left-handed people have the issue of, you know, the thing coming out. And I'm not a gun expert, but, you know I am aware of the issues with it, and the things like that is, I mean, he's a left-handed man. I don't know if this is something he was even used to doing. He might think that this is totally possible because it's something he does all the time, when it's not really possible for a right-handed person.
Right. So based on what you knew about the jury, because I know we touched on the jury selection process earlier, did it seem like, or I guess also based on their reactions, did it seem like they were buying what Binger was saying about the left-handed gun, or
No.
or what?
No, they were not
Okay.
big.
Because when Krause stood up and said guns don't have a handedness, we all went, what did you just say? I wonder if the jury was also like, what did you just say? Because that was everyone's response on stream. It was like, Wait, no.
They don't make, what are you talking about? They don't make left-handed scissors either.
Great analogy.
Yes.
Oh yeah. So I want to ask about putting Kyle on the stand, because I know that
Yeah.
that was also something that when we were watching, we were like, no, don't do it, but obviously it ended up working out. The jury acquitted him. And I saw also Mark had a press release right after the verdict came in, and he talked about having a mock jurors, and he said that played much better with him testifying as opposed to not testifying. Was there any other information that you guys sort of analyzed, relied on in making that decision to put him on the stand?
Well, I mean, the personal conversations that were had with Kyle about it, I really wasn't privy to. So I can't speak about, Kyle's thoughts or motivations with that. But where our position kind of came from it as well, it has to do with, again, idiosyncrasies of Wisconsin law, is with the self-defense instruction, it involves, there's the directive words is what the defendant believed was reasonable. And if it had been a different situation wherein he'd given a statement, something like that, an actual statement, perhaps we could have gotten away with that. But I'm honestly not aware of, that was something from the beginning. It was, are we even going to get this instruction if he doesn't testify? Because we don't get to go back after we close evidence. And, then it's, oh, are we going to get the instruction or not? It depends upon what evidence we put on in trial. And it's all well and good having Joanne Fiedler and Nick Smith and Dominic Black testify what their observations were, but Kyle at the time was rightly in shock. He didn't, the little statements that he made don't really provide any basis as to what his belief was at those moments. And so we were worried we wouldn't get the instruction, if he didn't. There were times after that, so that had been something from the beginning that, we were very concerned about and was very much at play with everything was, can we even get this instruction if he doesn't testify? And it wasn't the time or the place or the case to maybe risk that.
Yeah.
Because that's when you get into malpractice type of situations. As people throw around the word malpractice all the time, well, there is a strategy for things, but that is something that, could have ultimately been a serious problem is if he hadn't done it. And with the mock jury that we did that with Joelle and Demetrius. Corey went in, gave an opening. Mark went in, gave an opening. And, at different points throughout, we were taking survey questions from these jurors. Joellen's team had everything set up very well. They were tablets and sliders and how do you feel about different things, tons of questions about everything. And there was, they first get asked questions when they're first in there, what their positions are on the case. And they get asked similar questions, at different points, and we can track their changes, things like that. And we had two sets of juries that watched Kyle testify and one set that had watched the openings, but then just watched videos during, in lieu of watching Kyle testify. And, it was one of those data things it was a night and day type of difference. And we also got to see their deliberations, things like that, their thought processes. And even in that abbreviated format where Kyle did testify in that instance, it was just so completely different between the deliberations between the groups. It was very fascinating. And the data in and of itself, something else, since you guys are attorneys, I know Mark and Corey are actually both going to be speaking at the NACTL seminar in Aspen in January, and they might be going more into this type of thing there, because they are actually, I don't know if you guys have CLEs you need to do.
My reporting group comes up in February.
So yeah, if you want to go to Aspen, you can.
Who doesn't?
Yeah, for a seminar, they will be in person talking about that. I don't know exactly. We haven't quite come up with that. But I mean, honestly, you know, they're going to be at the seminar and be available to be spoken with. I mean, I don't know if they're doing any formal interviews, but they worked more closely with Ellen, Joel, and Demetrius in response to that. And, you know, it was a very fascinating experience. And, you know, it also allowed Kyle to, again, tell his story. And
can you say if he wanted to testify?
I those aren't discussions that I've had any part with. Those were discussions that were outside of what I had going on. And as I've told you, I had a lot going on at the time. So and Emily, I don't think knows this, the chat, the world doesn't really know this. So in August of 2020, my father was diagnosed with terminal brain cancer. We got hired on this case in like the second week of September. My brother-in-law was diagnosed with cancer also in, I think, October, and my sister was pregnant at the time.
God, that's a lot.
Yeah. So there's a lot of stuff going on. And
life happens while you're working with these big trials.
I was dealing with this case. My father actually ended up passing on September 5th. Tomorrow is the 3-month anniversary of his passing. So, I mean, it was like 6 weeks before the trial started. So
my biggest condolences.
Yeah,
on that.
there was, thank you. There was a lot going on. So there are discussions, things like that, you know, I was not in a place to put myself in the middle of. You know, if I had wanted to, I'm sure that I could have been more involved in some of those conversations, but I had to get through everything.
Yeah.
So,
and just so that the viewers know, I mean, you might think that September is a long time before, you know, November when this trial started, but when you're in trial prep mode, there is so much work leading up to trial.
And we were always in trial prep mode.
November.
Yeah, we were always in trial prep mode. This is not a situation that was going to do anything but a trial. I mean, I started making trial work product like the first week we're on the case. You know, I spent so many hours. God, there's so many charts, things like that I have. You know, it had been more. And a lot of people, like, I think especially movies and TVs don't really capture really what brain cancer does to a person. So, and it was very difficult for me. And that really had to do with, you know, a lot of my thought process throughout going with things. The way that I approach things also is, you know, with Kyle and sort of me being more motherly to Kyle is, you know, I missed out on a lot of time with my family because of all of this. And even when my father was alive, I mean, and he knew that I was doing this and was incredibly proud of me. But, you know, it's an emotional case for me because of that, which is kind of more of one of the reasons why I wanted to actually talk about my experiences. This is all sort of my grieving healing process, because I didn't get to do that. My father, like I said, died September 5th. We buried him a week later. And every moment after that was this trial. I mean, it had been for years. And I have to say thank you to Mark. I mean, especially considering what we were dealing with and the stakes involved. You know, he was incredibly supportive to a level, I don't want to say a level that I wasn't anticipating, but to one of those things like human decency sometimes just like strikes you right in the right place. It's like, oh, that's so decent of you. But you know, he, I think, knew how hard I was trying and what I was doing in this situation, which is why, you know, people had asked, I'd seen, you know, about was I crying at the verdict? Yes. Of course I cried at the verdict. First of all, you know, and that's again, something that you can't necessarily tell because of like the resolution, but oh my goodness.
I'm sorry. That's the dog. You're telling this very deep and sincere story.
There's nothing wrong with crying at a verdict though.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is Corey and Mark were both tearing up. I mean, and you put so much time into everything and, you know, I'm not a religious person, but when we're waiting for a verdict, I was talking to my dad. I was like, you please watch over Kyle type of thing. And, you know, no matter what happens. And we get to this point where, you know, it was just like a catharsis. It's this huge release because you have all these emotions. And, you know, that was another thing with me not doing an interview before now is like I had just such a huge meltdown after this was over. I completely melted down and I cried and slept for about 5 days. And then I went home with my family. And, you know, it was something that it was like really great considering because I had put a lot of work into it and, you know, we all had. And having it come out the way that it did, it's like it wasn't for nothing. I didn't lose time with my father before he died for nothing.
Yeah. I think also anyone who wasn't crying when they saw Kyle literally like fall to his
knees. Yeah, God, I thought
that's going it's like, and the people who aren't crying are now crying, and most people don't get to see that happen live in court. That's just a pure emotional response. Were you surprised?
Oh yeah. Well, I thought he was going to throw up on me at one point, but I mean, I would have
valid.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. It was at one point. I think if you're watching us standing next to each other before the verdict, I give him a look because he made this weird noise, and I was like, "Oh, buddy." But
trash can.
No, I wasn't expecting that to happen. He collapses, and of course, my first thought is we got to get him back on his feet. And I try and get him in the chair, and he slips right off on his butt, going back down again. So I'm like, no, we got to get you in the chair.
Yeah. Wow.
So, and then you know, Corey, he was hyperventilating. Corey, you know, being there was the breathe. You got to breathe. That was what he was telling him. You know, you got to breathe. And you know, it was the thing, you know, a lot of people on our team, things like that, you know, we're so confident and going back and forth. And we, you know, it's not about our lives, and you do put everything you can in and do things the best way that you think that you can, but it's ultimately a situation where you're not the decision maker. The jury is the decision maker. And every client is a person. The deceased in this matter, in this case, these people are people. They had feelings. They had people who care about them. And, you know, it's not a situation where anybody won. There is so much healing that needs to be done for everybody involved in this. Kyle's family, the families of the deceased, you know, everybody. And I think it would be weird if we weren't emotional.
It was something I was so glad Mark said in closing, that nobody wins, because it's one of the things watching this case that everyone's life is altered. The community has been altered. Like nothing is going to go back the way it was before.
No,
this has altered everyone. And I'm glad that he acknowledged it. I didn't see a lot of that from the prosecution. I didn't see a lot of that acknowledgement. But I also, well, I don't like the way they took their case, but that's just my opinion. Because when I tried to prosecute, you also treat the defendant like a human, and you are on trial for the actions and the decisions that were made at the time that may or may not be illegal, and you throw them up to a jury. You're not judging that person sitting there for all damnation. That's not your job.
Well, I mean, and I'm not saying that everybody involved in this case, we're talking to the deceased, I'm not going to say negative or positive things about their character, because that's not what I'm here to do. And I also never met these people. I mean, I can hear all I want about how somebody else is and other people's experiences with them. But I mean, this case, like I said, has changed my perspective on a lot of things, especially about things for hearing information that people that don't have personal knowledge. Is if somebody doesn't have personal knowledge, then, you know, the accuracy of what they're saying might be at issue. And, you know, we are being judged so negatively by people who don't know us. I mean, I haven't personally had any death threats directed directly at me, but I mean, our office in general, It's 11 miles from the courthouse to our office. It takes less than 20 minutes. Mark got 3 on his personal cell phone between the time we got in the verdict and back to the office. Like,
I was going to ask about the personal safety, because I know just from my experience, when trials get even local attention, personal safety of the attorneys involved becomes a very real issue, which is still staggering to me. But I guess it shouldn't be after all of this time. But what was
and I don't think anybody should have gotten death threats. I don't think that we should have gotten death threats. I don't think the state should have gotten death threats. I don't think that the judge should have gotten death threats.
Well, shouldn't be getting death threats. No one involved should be getting death threats. They're not okay.
Yeah. And I mean, Mark is funny, and I don't know if he said this in any of his interviews or not, but his attitude has always been, I'm more worried about the people who want to kill me who don't call first. That type of attitude.
It's a very fair point.
Yeah. He's like, I'm not worried about the people who call and say they're going to kill me. It's like, those people probably aren't going to do anything. But, you know,
fair.
He, safety, I can only really talk about concerns I had with my own, things like that. I wasn't very concerned about my personal safety, just because, I mean, well, I don't live in the community. Like I said, I commute. I mean, I live in a different county. I live 20 miles.
You don't have to say anymore on that.
Well, no, I mean, also, but I also live very near the Milwaukee FBI building. So like there's a certain amount of, I live within a 5-mile radius of like several law enforcement agencies. And again, like I said, our investigators were phenomenal. Todd was from California, but Steve, former Milwaukee homicide detective. I mean, if I had ever been in concern for my own safety, if I would have told Steve, it would have been taken care of in a second. He's retired, but you know, these people would have individually come out and watched my place if I had asked them to. We had really, really good people looking out for us. I mean, my family and friends and significant other, things like that, they were way more concerned than I was. So, you know, I was a little worried about verdict day, but we got verdict back early in the day, which is what I was hoping. Is I was like, I just hope for when we get a verdict, it comes back in the morning, because people are at work and, you know, it'll be safer for us to get out of there. But safety wise, I mean, there were some different instances where, you know, maybe felt certain ways. But like I have all the confidence in the world in the people who are taking care of us.
Did the jury indicate that they were concerned about their safety in any way after verdict or before verdict?
I mean, during voir dire, there had been people who had, you know, expressed perhaps concerns with their safety. But I mean, we didn't talk to anybody afterwards. We got out of there as soon as possible. That was the thing.
That was another thing that I was wondering, because I know that, you know, in a lot of cases, at least my experience in California has been that if you stand outside the courtroom afterwards, the attorneys can make themselves approachable at least by the jury. But in this case, was there, I guess you already answered it, that there was no one that spoke to you afterwards. No.
Well, I mean, at this point, I mean, Mark in and of itself, after every single case, will reach out to all jurors. After every juror, like I said, he's done over 100 as a criminal defense attorney, and every single time he reaches out to jurors. Okay. He's like, you know, you're under no obligation to talk to me. If you want to, I would love to talk to you. So, you know, everybody needed to take a little bit breather after this was over. So, you know, us reaching out didn't happen right away. But, you know, I'm sure that there are some people involved in that on that end who are going to want to at least, you know, talk to Mark. There usually are people. Our office does that in general because we want to be good at what we do. It's one of those, some people, we've gotten so many people calling us, emailing us and stuff about defamation suits and whether we're going to be involved. You know, are we doing those? No. I mean, you can be a jack of all trades and a master of none if you want to. But like, we like being good at what we do.
How I feel sometimes.
Yeah. We like being good at what we do, and we know what we're not good at doing. And so we stick to what we're good at, and, you know, we want to be good as possible at it. So we always welcome feedback from people, which is why, you know, we take everything, criticism, stuff like that, the internet's done with a grain of salt, is because, I mean, you can hear things, but there's certain amounts that aren't going to necessarily impact your way when you weren't there, when you weren't the juror.
Right. So let's talk about the MSNBC producer or non-producer or whatever that was. Did you see the body cam footage by any chance?
No, I know that it exists though, because I saw something. I didn't see it. No, I haven't yet. Like I said, that whole last week after the trial, I was just completely indisposed. And this past week, like, we do have other cases, so I've been doing a lot of that, dealing with that. And I mean, some of this stuff after you and I had talked, and I decided I was coming on with is. Sometimes people want to see a genuine reaction to things, and I didn't know if that was stuff that you're going to bring up here, but yeah, no, I haven't watched it. I read like the report about it. I know, man, I wish that he would have come back into the courtroom though, because I would have loved to see the judge yell at that guy. And the sheriff's office would have also loved to kick him out of the courthouse if he came back. But yeah, I don't recall. I vaguely recall after seeing the individual's face who he was, but he wasn't somebody who had, an extreme presence in the courtroom. There are some reporters who've been there every time, and we're in the same spot every time. And, there were people like that, and he wasn't somebody who was like that.
The judge did have spectacular moments of yelling at people.
Oh, I know.
He did. It just is that common for him, or?
Oh yeah, he yells at everybody.
Okay.
But I was in Kenosha Thursday, and he has seen your merch, the Brazen t-shirts.
You're kidding.
No.
Oh my God.
He's seen them. Somebody linked them to him.
That's amazing.
Apparently he made some joke. He's like, so am I getting royalties then? Or something like that.
Well, I can definitely send him a free t-shirt if he wants.
Oh, I don't know. No, I know that he's seen it, that he knows they exist though.
Oh my God. That is crazy.
Well, and I told you the Richards Hocus Pocus Out of Focus shirt, as soon as I saw that, I texted it to him, and his wife loved it.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Well, again, he's welcome to a free t-shirt. Just give me the details.
Yelling. I mean, they're for a homicide trial, especially when you're dealing with self-defense, is so heavy. And there was just something kind of like life affirming about watching the prosecutor get chewed out for that, because because
it's never anything you would have done as a prosecutor, right?
I was so staggered, like because it wasn't the first time. It was going back in and then defending it. I was absolutely floored. It's one of the most egregious things I've ever seen, and I was shocked. And I wanted the judge to just keep yelling and be like, go get your checkbook. I'm sanctioning you. Report yourself to the bar, and also go fuck yourself, like all of the things. So it was actually cathartic to see the judge actually call out wrong is wrong, and it's needed. Prosecutors can't just do whatever. And they seemed so smug from my perspective, they seemed so smug in the way that they were like, well, Your Honor, that's not what we're doing. It's like, but that's what you did. We all just watched it.
Right. Everyone saw.
And you're 100% correct with that. I think that Judge said it himself. Part of the hearing that I talked is, you guys have been getting fast and loose with things for a while, and it's whether or not somebody challenges somebody on something. But there are so many, and I don't want to just turn into bashing the office, things like that, because
of course,
I tried to be classier than that. But there were just a lot of concerning things, like Richie McGinnis, for example, who's had an attorney from the beginning of this, was contacted directly and not through his attorney. He was not properly served. He was served via like email or something. That's not proper service. There were tons of people who were, and that's just like practices that they've gotten away with doing for so long. Like the only reason there were some people who was more than one individual who was subpoenaed by both of us. And the only reason they came is because we subpoenaed them, because they weren't subpoenaed correctly the first time. They're like, well, this isn't a valid subpoena, but if you want me to go, I'll go, that we talked to. So.
Were you guys shocked seeing Photo Chad? Sorry, speaking of the prosecutor's office.
Well, with photo chat with Nathan, so we had him.
I love that you know his nickname, by the way.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he well, and that's the other thing is I'm not promoting myself really with anything here. If people want to do something to support somebody, I think, I didn't lose my job over this. Nate told the truth and he did. If people want to support somebody, I don't know much about him personally. I don't know anything about his politics. I don't know anything about that. All I do know is that he was fired. He basically got put on leave for telling the truth at a trial. And I don't think that anybody should have to face that. So, if people are looking for somebody to support, I would consider, looking at him or other people in similar situations who, who do something where they tell the truth and, this type of backlash against it. Because
Right.
I wasn't going to lose my job over this. This is my job.
Yeah.
So
I have a question about you were talking about earlier how there's several ways to lose a witness, and one of them is being mean to a witness. When it came to Nathan DeBruin, that for me was one of those where for me, I basically was like, all right, like I was trying to give the prosecution the benefit of the doubt in terms of character and whatnot. And I'm not going to ask you to comment on it, but for me personally, his testimony was when I was like, F these guys, I'm done. But what was the jury reaction, if you remember, if they did react at all when they were talking about Krause was cross-examining him, and he was basically saying like, well, we didn't ask you to change your statement, and he's like, yes, you did.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember if there was any kind of a reaction to that? Was the jury paying attention? Or because for us, we were like, what is going on? Like we were going nuts.
Yeah. That was definitely a situation that people were paying attention to. I wouldn't say it was a situation where people were taking notes.
Okay.
There was a lot of, you're seeing heads directly going back and forth between looking at the people. But Nate is also, he had been subpoenaed he met with the state, and like he said on, his interview, and I think on during his testimony, he came and met with us. He was at first very, apprehensive because he got our subpoena from us and was angry, I think, because he thought that we were the prosecutors trying to get back with him, if I remember correctly. But, giving him the opportunity to tell his story the way he wanted to was, I think, the important thing for Nate. And I also don't think people realize how crazy it is that he brought his own exhibits. Like, I had about 1 million jobs during the trial. Basically, who was doing, if you had a question, who was doing this, it was probably me. But so that day, managing witnesses and stuff, had spoken with his attorney beforehand. He had mentioned to me that Nate was going to be bringing pictures in. I was like, okay, well, maybe like a couple printed off or something. No, he came in with like 40 professional, like they were big. There were some huge ones. Like he didn't like the way he was treated, and he did something about it. And I admire that about him.
Yeah.
None of us liked the way he was treated. He was such an endearing individual, and he seemed very linear when he was testifying. It's like, no, it's A, B, C, D, and that is what I am telling you.
Well, and that's how the jury, the masks were hard to tell. Not everybody was wearing masks. The people who wore masks usually wore masks every day. Some of those people, were hard to tell, but I think they thought it was coming across like he was trying to beat up on him. Yeah. That was the sense I got from them, is that was the perception they were getting.
That's the perception we got.
Yep. Yeah, that was exactly my thought as well. Another thing that he mentioned, I don't know if you happened to see his sorry.
It was like a tail.
Yeah, it does sound like it. It's not indie though. Sorry. Got a little distracted there. I don't know if you happened to see Nathan DeBruin's interview with Nick Rekieta the other day.
I saw about 10 minutes of it.
Okay. He mentioned that when he was waiting outside the courtroom to go in to testify, that there was some man that said that he was some LA lawyer and came up to
had
him.
no idea. I found out about that for the first time through, I mean,
Okay.
I think that was the first time I heard of that. That was, again, us being in the courtroom. You know,
Yeah.
if you could ask Terry Rose, his attorney. I have no idea who this person was. I didn't know the identities of everybody who was in the courtroom. Obviously, I mean, I tried to stay out of that stuff as much as possible. I mean, I was probably driving the court staff crazy because I was going in through like the back chambers door because I was trying to avoid the media at the other door. So,
yeah,
but
makes sense. So, did you hear about any other like funny business going on with witnesses or anything like that during trial?
there is not necessarily. So I don't want to put any onus on any person or organization because I'm not saying that any of this was, prosecutors or anything, but there were some big ethical problems that I had with a lot of things that were going on. I can't speak personal basis because I don't know people's motivations, but there were weird things going on. And unfortunately, I can't really get any more in detail about that because all I am doing is operating off my own suspicions and stuff. And I also don't want to identify anybody's names because some of these people are still potentially involved with things that Kyle's dealing with. But there were weird things going on.
Well, even just watching, I mean, for us watching the prosecution not turn over like the full file size and things like that. When
that was just
let's
we can finally talk about that.
Yeah. I know. Everybody's been waiting for it.
Everybody wants.
I the tech stuff, and I left the LA County District Attorney's Office almost 5 years ago. So evidence and digital evidence has changed tremendously in that amount of time. But I was so outraged. It's such a basic thing to turn over, making sure everyone has the same copy of everything.
Yeah.
And
also, sorry, I just wanted to bring up, I'm seeing people in the chat mention Dave Hancock. I was not referring to Dave Hancock in anything with the statements I was just making. I don't have any personal problems with Dave Hancock, and I'm not going to make any comments about his involvement or doing anything else. But I did want to set that record clear because I'm seeing people are saying that I was not in any way referring to Dave Hancock.
Got it. Makes sense. I'm glad you're watching the chat then.
Well, I mean, it was more of just looking at it. Oh, and somebody says, don't even look at the chat. Yeah. Well, part of what I want to do though is clear a little bit of the record on some things.
Makes sense.
Sorry, you're getting back into the files. Yes, that is what should be the situation. And so how that happened, we'll get a little more in depth to it now, and this is all to the best of my recollection, obviously. So there was this drone footage at issue. I mean, because there's a couple different drone problems throughout this. We're talking about the drone that captured the second shooting, not the infrared fixed wing, because that's a completely different issue that there's so many problems with. But the drone itself, we were aware that the footage existed because it had been, I think it was on Tucker Carlson or something. And, we tried to get copies of this stuff and we couldn't. We sent investigators out to talk with Todd and Steve. We sent them out to talk with, the owner of the drone company. And he said that they weren't operating drones that night, that the license was for a different date, things like that. I don't remember exactly how many days after that happened. Mark has said it in some point in time, either in the trial or his interviews, but that man's business went under, or at least was closed. I don't know rationale reasons for any of those things. I have my suspicions, but there was an individual who had been interviewed previously by the prosecution about the video, I believe, and had denied, knowledge, access, anything like that. And so I get told during, the middle of a court day that, so all of a sudden we have this footage. They had said somebody who wished to remain anonymous, but then was identified basically later by Krause. by name, had came in, and this was Detective Martin Howard. And I also, like, the detectives on this case, I don't want anybody to think that there's anything personally wrong with them. The state's detectives, they are both nice people. I don't, there are certain ways about jobs that are done that everyone disagrees with, and I'm not going to comment on their actual performance in a lot of things. So I don't want anything of what I'm saying to be portrayed in that way, because the problem isn't necessary. I'm not going to point fingers at where the problem is. But so what happened was told that there was this footage. I was told that it had been dropped off by this individual. We obviously wanted the footage as fast as possible. I was like, can I get it on a flash drive? Well, they didn't have it a flash drive with them there. I would have to go over to the RPD to get it on a flash drive. The problem with that was, like I had mentioned earlier, for security reasons, they didn't want us going anywhere. It's just like that would have been a hassle. Like if we had been, and being respectful of the situation and the people that were trying to help us, and also my personal safety, like I don't want to necessarily run over to the police station and deal with this. Personally go. I didn't have a car down there. It's not far away. It's just a couple blocks, but still, like, and there were also it was just not the ideal situation to happen. But we wanted it as fast as possible. So I believe I had asked if it was something that could be emailed to me, and because some files are too big, and also I'm not a tech expert. I'm just under 35 and competent.
You sounded like a tech expert. That's for sure.
In a law firm, by the way, because
no, I am the tech expert in my law firm because I'm the youngest attorney here. But and I can, like open documents and print things. I'm really fancy.
Find attachments and email. I know how.
I'm proficient.
All.
Yeah. And I was told it could be emailed. I didn't have any reason, and I get this file. We look at the file and we're like, okay, this is basically the exact same. I mean, it was a little bit, it was a higher, it was bigger effectively, because on Tucker Carlson, it's just that little thing in there. And if you're going to isolate it, there's a certain amount of distortion that's going to happen when it gets larger. But it wasn't anything new. There wasn't any information in this video that we really were like, oh, okay, well, we just finally have this file. Woohoo. We also, we had looked at it in that aspect, but when that file had been played in court, this was also before we had brought in the high def TV in. We brought in the high def TV, the 4K TV, because John Black said that we should. When we were going over when we were going through stuff with him, going through demonstrative stuff like that, there was, on his laptop, there was some detail that you could see on his laptop that wasn't on the screen. And we were like, okay, well, we want to make sure that, like, for you, we've got all the details, stuff like that taken care of. So we brought in this TV, but like the monitors that we had in front of us aren't 4K monitors, the ones that were on our table. The TV that we could see is the one in the corner, which is far away and is also not a 4K TV. So, I mean, it had been played, but there was nothing discernible from what had happened, because, yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, so how many days was it until, when did you first realize that you didn't have the full resolution file?
That day we were dealing about it in court, and they said that it wasn't the high resolution file. We had I had no reason to think there was any problems beforehand, because, I mean,
because they would just say we can't email it if they couldn't email it.
Yeah.
You would never think anyone would compress it and email it.
And I really don't know how things happened with that. I mean, I have my suspicions, obviously, but part of the problem with this is that in the arguments that were made in court, stuff like that, is there were a lot of assumptions that were being made that were not informed, that were being presented as fact. And I don't want to make that mistake. I'm first to admit, as I mistakenly first was like, you know, and I think somebody had brought it up because it's in the video, you know, I got that from Dropbox from you. Well, I realized, you know, after the fact, no, that wasn't what we got. I had gotten on Dropbox. We gotten everything else from the state crime lab on Dropbox. It was just kind of in the moment, you know, you know, after I thought about it, I'm like, oh no, that's not actually how I got that. But, you know, we, didn't have any reason to believe it would be different. Everything else had been turned over to us on disks, on flash drives, on hard drives. This was, you know, I had noticed things with metadata previously that were a little bit weird. Like there were some, but they all were chalked up to camera stuff. Like there was some, like police camera, for example, that they're doing evidence on that, like the day was one day off type of thing, or like it hadn't accommodated for daylight savings time. There were things like that I'd noticed previously, but you know, that had been accounted for like otherwise. And we also didn't, so we get this file and we don't get the report on it because they had taken, the state crime lab had taken the file, they enhanced the videos, and they also did those stills. As we also, you know, didn't get that report right away because they didn't have it at the same time as the video. So, you know, it wasn't because the state turned it over to us as soon as they, you know, we thought as soon as they got it, and then they separately sent it off to the state crime lab. So we don't get their report about these things until days later. So, you know, things like that, like the file name, metadata, stuff like that was over. You know, first of all, there was nothing in the report about the file size or the metadata. Really, the only thing in the report that indicated anything different was, like I'd mentioned in court, the receipt, the file name, because they always in the state crime lab rename things. So, you know, for their own working purposes.
I was wondering where the file names came from. I'm so glad you
clarified that. So there's was doing it. Yeah, that's where these file names came from because the state crime lab was doing it. But there was, you know, the original file name receipt that they'd gotten, they indicate should have been the exact same one as that we had gotten. But we didn't notice it was until that there was any discrepancy until we were looking at the high def TV, and Krause was like, you know, is this the good version or something? And it's like, this should be the only version. If there's another version, that's the problem.
Version. See, there's case law that says the version you have and the version I have are the
should be the same.
Yeah, there should be. And I don't know the intention on things. I'm not going to speak on because again, I don't know. But
yeah, because we got some questions on that. People wanted to know if you thought it was intentional or not.
Well, and that was something actually that was something that actually. Well, first of all, I don't think that Binger had anything to do with it. He was nothing but forthcoming with me about that stuff because and I mean, the only reason I found out that what the actual file was is I got it from him. You know, and he asked me after the hearing, you know, when we discovered all this stuff, if I thought they had intentionally given the wrong file. And I was like, it doesn't matter what my opinion is on this stuff.
So there was also like the dimensions of the file.
The aspect ratio and stuff. I know there are the issues with that. That was, you know, something that when that is also an issue. I mean, that is, again, I don't want to speak on things that I don't know a lot about. Like I said, I'm not a tech genius. I'm just very proficient, and I can tell that numbers should be the same. Right. It's like, oh, I can do math.
You know, so, where to look metadata.
I know where to look, and I'm like, I can have other people describe things to me. I'm like, this is like, why doesn't this match up with that? I know reasons. You know, I've got the predicate knowledge to know that certain things should match up, but you know, how things go about getting changed, other stuff, you know, is beyond my personal knowledge. But I do know things like, you know, the file name's not going to change if you're compressing it. That's not going to happen.
Yeah. And on that, another question that I got from people was, so when we were watching, you know, we started to get a lot of feedback from viewers, like a lot of DMs, emails, you know, all kinds of messages from people about not just about the the various qualities of this video and their own analyses of it, but also they went back and looked at
the handbrake. Yep, I know.
Exactly.
Yep.
Did you guys notice that?
Well, not at the time, but I mean, we probably had at least 400 people between phone calls and emails let us know all about that. But our tech people picked up on, like, after the fact, because we looked back at, different times and things. And so I think we were one of the tech people we had dealing with stuff had noticed, had went back and found the timestamp as well. But it was, something that at the time it was happening, it doesn't, necessarily mean anything to you having it be on there. And I mean, part of the issue that we even know about that was because they kept their laptop plugged in when they're switching between programs. And Rakita actually had mentioned something about, because I had it with mine, like minimizing out and doing other screens and things, because originally I hadn't. But there's just this lag between like plugging things in and getting things displayed. And there were issues with that Corey and Mark weren't happy with. And I was like, that's fine for if we want to do it that way. I just have to, scrub certain things, make sure that when I've got things up that, I'm not like accidentally showing something I shouldn't be.
You don't want to in the YouTube world, like, expose your DMs because you're switching screens and you've got your Twitter DMs open, which happens to live streamers all the time. And you guys were experiencing that in real time in trial.
Yeah.
Were you using your personal computer, not like a computer for that trial that was just scrubbed to do?
No, that was not my personal computer. It's the evidentiary laptop. I mean, I'm actually on it right now.
It was the evidentiary laptop.
It was a laptop we bought specifically for this trial. There were certain tech specs, things like that, trial assistance programs that we wanted to have. We were like, okay, we want this. We talked to tech people. We're like, you need to tell us what computer to buy that we can do these things. And so we did that. And the only thing that the computer had been used for was this case, and then like Zoom court when I'd done like various other Zoom hearings, because it was like I was working on this computer anyway, so I might as well just bring it up when I got to do Zoom on a different case. But otherwise, that was the only. After there's still some saving of things that needs to be done, because there's obviously other issues going on, and we don't want to accidentally, inadvertently not have something available if Kyle needs it later. But that's the only thing that this computer was bought for this case, to be used on this case.
I was surprised the state didn't have, or it didn't seem to have an evidentiary computer. From watching it, seemed like it was just Krause's work computer that had.
Or if they did, it was highly suspect that they had handbrake on it.
Well, true. I don't remember, honestly, because that was during rebuttal, correct?
Yeah.
So previously in the trial, when they were showing evidence, there was somebody from their offense who was running evidence off of a laptop in the back. So those things were coming from that. When they were doing their PowerPoints, things like that, in the end, they were, I don't know if they were personal computers or state computers, what they were, but
their work. It seemed like their regular work computers that they had all their stuff on, not a.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And I think they had it was those things that had things for like every case type of too. I mean, I don't know if there was anything specifically dedicated to this case. No, I don't know. That was something that, me being anal about throughout all of this, that I wanted to have. For ours, I don't really know how they were doing their things with that.
It was nice to see, because I think if jurors, it seemed confusing to me that when jurors were asking for exhibits, there was so much conversation. I'm like, isn't there just a thumb drive and a jury? Like, I was confused as to why there was confusion. And Krause was like, we could send back my computer. It's like, you can't send back your computer. And then what if it ends up getting appealed? And then you just send your computer off to the appellate court because you're running evidence off your computer? It seemed confusing to me that the prosecution hadn't either had a dedicated hard drive or something that could go back on a computer for the jury. It was odd to me.
Well, and they had said they were going to have that for evidence, and they eventually did, but it's not something that they did till like near the end of the trial. It's because I was being like very, very on top of those things, is, the court staff everybody, support staff were being so great to us. I was like, I'm not going to make your job any harder than it is. So like I, traveling separately from other people, and like for security reasons, we weren't leaving cars down there. Me having to get people, having to get dropped off or picked up separately so I could make sure that they had everything that they needed, because I'm like, well, the evidence is closed now, so you need to have the evidence. And there were things like that. And then there was, we happened to have an extra computer. And since, like I said, we weren't at our offices, and we have to be able to research and do things. And, so I was carting around 3 computers every day, 2 laptops, and then like my personal tablet with like a keyboard. And one of the laptops had actually been like scrubbed, rebooted, reset at some point because of, some tech problem that it had. So it really didn't have anything on it. So that's the one that we ended up doing, because I'm like, well, this one's basically clean already.
So do you think that sort of changes the way that maybe trials are done with, I mean, obviously so much technology is advancing, and that's very common in the legal profession, that a lot of lawyers are not particularly adept. And that's why there have been a lot of updates to professional rules across a lot of states, is that is now an element of competency for lawyers. So do you think that there's likely to be sort of a change in the way that courts maybe do things, maybe at least in Kenosha? I don't know.
I don't know. Part of the problem, honestly, is an extent people being in control and in power over these things, being unfamiliar with them themselves. So it's hard to appeal to somebody who doesn't know why this is important to tell them it's important. So I have my concerns based on things like that. Also, the judicial system in itself is always very behind on technology. That's just like, if you look at case law, stuff like that, that's like the judicial system doesn't deal with new technology and the problems associated with it, and usually until after the fact when they've been a problem. So, I mean, in a world that I'm designing, everything's up to me. Yes, absolutely. And I think there's so much stuff that just for efficiency and able to do your job, you should know. Like I'm Cellbrite analyst certified, at least like the most basic level. I haven't done any of the other stuff, but it's like I have to look at these files and do this stuff. And there's always going to be things that you miss if you just have an investigator doing all your work. And having, being comfortable with that stuff. And there's been stuff that I found in other cases that, had been overlooked. But it's something that like I find in it because I know how to work the system. And that's another thing, getting back into experts, like I was talking about previously, is a lot of times, a lot of attorneys have hard times working with experts because they don't have the base knowledge to know the questions that they have. Like I had said, earlier with the problem with the millibytes thing is partially because, I do know that it's megabytes, but, my family is a medical family. My father was a physician, my brain defaults to milli when it's, it's an M, if it's part of something. When I was in law school, I had the pleasure of being an intern for a very, a lot of times public defenders and stuff get a lot of crap. Travis Schwantes was the man that I worked with. I was his intern for, and he, is one of the best attorneys I've ever worked with, and he's a public defender. And I just wanted to say that, I know that some people will have problems with things, but they're not all bad. But no, with
great public defenders,
there's amazing ones.
They're local. They know every judge. They know what the judges are going to sentence you. There's a lot. I mean, I think it's just fair that there's a lot.
I just want to. I just like it's something that bothers me is like these people get this crap, and I don't think it's well deserved. I mean, people don't get paid well enough for the amount of cases they're on, things like that, until you get to the higher levels. When you get up there, then it's a different story. But I mean, this was me as a 3L. One of the first cases I worked on with Travis was a shaken baby case. Well, I mean, and there's And one of the things, like, for example, that he had me do in that case was I got to translate all the medical lingo in things, is because I know I have a better predicate background of what those things mean. So I think that, just if you want to be as good as your job as you can, that you have to, whether you like it or not, familiarize yourself with certain concepts and the way certain things work, at least on a base level, because otherwise you miss so much.
And I think the thing when you were talking about working with investigators that those watching in the chat might not appreciate is that when the lawyer also understands enough, like Natalie clearly does, you also know what you have to prove. The investigators don't know what you need to prove in court. So the things that might be significant to them aren't necessarily the things that would be significant to the lawyer. But if the lawyer isn't familiar enough with the tech, they can't meld that knowledge, which you clearly did. This is what we're going to have to prove. This is what we need witnesses to say. And these are the questions I have. And that's just gone the extra mile to get those certifications. I think it's going to be the bare minimum in law for kids coming out of law school to have a strong background in tech.
Right.
I mean,
and the other thing,
things that I want to know also is it's because I'm like, I should understand the evidence in my case.
Absolutely. And the other part of it obviously is there's a challenge in trying to explain things to a judge who may not be very tech savvy. Do you feel like Judge Schrader had a decent grasp on the tech in this issue? Because I remember when it was either Bing or Krause, somebody sort of tried to indicate, well, we don't think that you understand anything, and we think that the defense is trying to pull the wool over your eyes.
It was so offensive. It was so boomery.
But he took it pretty well. That he was like, well, maybe I don't understand, but
well, I mean, he's very receptive to things, and I think one of the reasons why what I did was as successful as it was explaining to him in the right way. Is I'm getting this from you. So if I have the exact same thing that they have, I should have the same file name, I should have the same size file, and it should have the same metadata. I mean, that's just putting it simply. I did not have those things. So if you have something that has 3 times as much information than what I have, it's not the same thing. And that's, again, what I said, is people passing things off as, fact when they don't know what they're talking about. Is that was a huge problem that I had throughout all this. Is the portrayal of us as being dishonest with certain things. Is I think the defense is trying to take advantage of your lack of technology. Okay,
you're the one who gave us the file that's not the same.
No, and previously it's like, it's not like Mark or Corey are ever pulling this out of their butts. Like, we have people who have explained it to us and why it's wrong and things. And, they're saying it's dishonest because I've had other people that have told me something different. No, that's a Dubbert issue. That's the thing is, whether or not the scientific methods are credible, things like that. And you know what? They're using evidentiary systems in their case that says in the manual that they shouldn't be used for evidentiary purposes because it alters things. It's like, that my mother actually is still very upset about that. Because
I love it. I love that your mom's like, no, I'm mad too.
No, she was mad that I never got apologized to. That was her thing. Is she was like,
good mom.
She was like, you were right, and they didn't apologize to you. And I was like, well, I'm a criminal.
Welcome to being a lawyer, Mom.
Yeah.
But you were right.
Yeah, I was right. And that was the thing. Is therefore there is no way what he's saying is true. I mean, there was no way what he was saying was true.
Yeah.
And he's passed, and he goes into it afterwards as taking offense that I'm being dishonest. I don't know whether he was intentionally misrepresenting things or not, but what he was saying was not true. And that's, again, you're spinning it is, oh, I'm somehow offended that, I'm being accused of being dishonest. Nobody ever said, I didn't tell him that I thought he was lying. I was like, what you're saying is not true.
I think y'all went after I was surprised. And I think there were times I actually said that there was so much room for the defense to lose their minds on what the prosecutors were doing. It was so reined in. I think a lot of defense attorneys' heads would have literally exploded, and there would have been lots and lots of screaming if the prosecutors had done some of these things. I think where some of my like outrage came from watching this. I'm like, they've been restrained in the response to the shit that you've already pulled.
Mhm.
And so now to continue to double down and try to change what it looks like was just so disingenuous from my perspective.
Yeah.
And that
No,
was
that's how it felt being part of it is, that was, I'm not going to say negative things about other people because,
well, this is, you work in this field.
yeah, well, but it's like,
Yeah.
when you're telling me that we're being dishonest and taking advantage of somebody, you're just crying and saying that everybody's a liar but you. And,
You're the one who gave us the file that's the wrong size. We wouldn't be here talking about this if we had the same thing.
yeah.
Right.
And it's,
I mean, rules of discovery do require that they provide you exactly what it is that you are entitled to. So
And
that's their
yeah.
burden.
And I've seen people are like, oh, at different points, well, it's not a fair standard. Yeah. And it's not a fair standard.
Because somebody's going
to prison. Yeah. That's how it works.
Those are the rules. Those are the rules though. And
that's the thing is that they should have a greater burden because they're not going to prison at the end of this.
You want, and I am a former prosecutor. You want the weight of the government to follow the rules. They have the resources, they have the money, and they have the power to deprive people of life and liberty, depending on what state you live in. They should have the highest standard to do that. And when they don't, that is what damages our justice system. When the people with the power don't play by the rules, that's where the damage comes in. And I think that's why it was so outrageous and offensive, because a lot of prosecutors go over and above and beyond to make sure everything is turned over, everything is clear, there are no mistakes, making sure their detectives have told them everything, sitting down with everyone with binders of evidence and flipping page by page. And they didn't seem to give a shit enough about doing their jobs in an upstanding way to make sure that things were taken care of. And then they were smug about it. It's where I felt so deeply outraged. And I'm and it's just not good for our system. There has to be a balance. And when the government runs wild, there is no balance.
Right? Well, and that's fine. I'm trying not to rant too much on this.
You don't get to rant on it because you're a defense attorney that works with this office that still has to go into court and try cases with this office and needs them to be able to say, hey, we want to work. We have to work with you. Your client's best interest is in you being able to work with this office. So I can slam them on the internet, but your office.
And I mean, I don't want, and this doesn't make it any right or better, but that's not an isolated problem, and my general belief is that if they can't prove their case the way they're supposed to prove their case, then they shouldn't be allowed to prove their case.
Or they shouldn't file the case, but that's just my opinion.
Yes. Which is a whole nother can of worms there. But,
so with regard to this exchange over the drone footage, a lot of people want to know if there's going to be any kind of an investigation into it or any sort of reporting that's going to be done on the prosecutors in this case. People want to know. Do you know anything?
Nothing that I'm at liberty to discuss. There are lots of possibilities with a lot of different things. It's
okay to be like, we're looking into it. Moving on.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it is. And it's also one of those things that, the whole world watched. And regardless of whether formal actions are taken about things, there is, I think, at least bringing this to attention, an increased level of community responsibility that is going to be pushing these things. And that's sometimes the best way to effectuate change. Because the people are elected in this situation is they're the way to change things are to get different people in power, and the district attorney is an elected position.
True.
And a lot of money has been going into those races in recent years. A lot.
Absolutely. Another question that I have is, I don't know if you're familiar with Andrew Branca and what he's talked about, Kyle's Law. Have you heard anything about that? Okay. So he's started to talk about, about pushing for 50 states to add what he's calling Kyle's Law, which basically adds a certain burden on the prosecution in putting on certain cases, because he's looking at this case as a case that was essentially politically brought, and he says that he's using actually what already exists in Washington as a model. In Washington state, if the prosecution puts on a case and the jury acquits a defendant on the basis of self-defense, they then have the option of having the jury decide whether or not the prosecution met a certain burden in having really any kind of evidence in that particular case. And if they don't meet a certain burden, then the state gets to pay for the defense fees. So what Andrew Branca is proposing is to have that spread through all 50 states, but he actually is proposing even harder, so that the prosecution has to personally also pay for those defense fees, attorney's fees as well.
By personally, you mean the office of the prosecutor?
No, the individual bringing the case.
Andrew Branca and I are going to have a debate on this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That is something that sounds very complex that maybe after looking more into it, would be willing to make some type of comment on.
Sure.
It's one of those things, like, again, part of me personally dealing with my healing process from how just much this case had to do with my life is I have intentionally kind of been stepping back from some other things. One of the most important things to me is maintaining my mental health. And there are times and places for things. And, there are people who know what they're talking about, who are fighting other battles. And, I would love to be educated because I love knowing as much as I can about the field that I'm in. But my personal opinions on things like that right now, just because of, like I said, the steps that I've taken back, I'm not going to opine on.
Natalie, it's fair. And it's so heartwarming to hear. I mean, I'm 10 years older than you are. It's so heartwarming to hear in this profession that can literally run you into the ground. And I left due to burnout. That is a boundary that you have set and said, no, I want to be in this career for the long haul, and I'm doing the best to protect myself. It is so easy in the profession of law to override those boundaries and literally run yourself into the ground. And it's just, it's so wonderful to hear you say that, and just to know that you're like, no, there has to be some protection.
If I wanted to be my job to be about me, I would be a politician. If I wanted to do,
or a legal commentator on YouTube, it's all
if it's like I do, at least right now at the point I am in my career, is I really love what I do and I want to keep doing it. And I have to acknowledge the fact that I'm a person, and there are certain things that, and again, my father dying recently, he was 64. I don't want to sacrifice, and it's kind of made you take the lessons about doing things now. And there's obviously, specific political opinions that I have on different things. I'm a person, but I don't think that really has anything to do with my job. There are laws that I don't agree with personally that are very beneficial to my clients. And I have never once not fought for their, them to not be, because my opinions aren't the legal standard. Right. And that is also just something that I try and do with my clients as well, is, people don't take care of their mental health enough. And all I really want is just to be happy. That's like my goal for myself, is to be happy. And, I, especially the past, dealing with all of this during the same time, dealing with such a stressful, high profile case, is that, I've said to my friends, like, I don't, most of my friends, I don't want to say that people didn't know I was doing this, but I mean, I also didn't talk to people about my dad being sick, is because that's just kind of the person that I am, and I got to get through it. And, now is more of the time that I'm dealing with these things. It's kind of part of the grieving process. But, at the time I couldn't get into it. I needed to sleep. I don't have to waste my time talking 3 hours a day, justifying to everybody why I'm doing what I'm doing, because that doesn't serve me. So,
yeah.
Well, I think it speaks a lot to your integrity that you're open to talk about being ethical and great at your job, and also taking care of yourself as a person. It's something that lawyers aren't willing to talk about. And especially, I think female lawyers, there are a lot of firms. It was nice to hear you say that Mark, as lead counsel preparing for trial, was so supportive. I know that's not going to be the experience for every lawyer that was going through personal stuff. It's like, yeah, we all have personal stuff. I need you to deal with this. And that's something I've dealt with in my profession, Legalbytes. I'm sure you've dealt with it too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, everyone has a life. Push through. Like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah.
And so it's really nice to hear that the culture at your firm is, we do great work, but we're also people, and we're taking care of that. It's just encouraging to hear.
Well,
Absolutely.
and I mean, we that doesn't mean that we don't. I don't want to tell you how many hours we put into this case. Like I said, yeah, it's not that we don't do our jobs, but it's
humanity of it. There's a way to work all the time with humanity, and there's a way to work all the time as robots with no human. There's two ways to do that. Of course, you nonstop.
Of course.
And that's just how it is. And, that's the reason why, we have a small firm and the work with people that we do is because it's not something that everybody understands. But, we do these jobs because it's important to us. And, it's important to hold the state accountable. It's important to hold the police accountable. It's important to hold the community accountable. Everybody, there's just so much more that goes into it than I think a lot of people realize, especially for people who are criminal defense attorneys. I mean, when I first started doing what I do, it's the how could you defend criminals type of thing. And it's like, don't just eye roll type situation.
Keep the government from overrunning people's rights. Let's reframe.
And that's the thing is if I just want the people who have the power to take away somebody's life and livelihood, that somebody makes them do their job the way that they're supposed to do their job.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
What is one of the biggest things that you've learned through this whole experience? We'll say as a lawyer and then personally.
As an attorney, so many things. I can't even pinpoint it on one. It really has just been, that's just such a hard question. What have I learned? I mean, sometimes it's really hard to believe, like, how dumb people are. But
it sounds like on Twitter. By the way, can I to totally interrupt because I'm so ADHD? That moment in Kyle's testimony when he was talking about social media being all lies.
Yeah.
What did you know that was something that he was said? Is that a conversation? I mean, I'm not asking if you've planned it, but you keep from giggling at counsel table because I think all of us burst into laughter when he said it.
Yeah.
It was very
man, I try and there's a problem with my face. It is very expressive. So
Emily said the same thing about herself.
if you've ever seen Big Trouble in Little China, that's something that Kurt Russell says to the female character. She's talking about she can't go into this place because people would recognize her face, and he starts saying it again. He's like, I know there's a problem with your face. So that's where I default to is there's a problem with my face. Very expressive things like that. So sometimes I have a tendency to default to just a blank because that's the only thing that I can keep from because I'm a human. I do love smiling. I love laughing. I love doing things like that. But, when you're dealing with a jury, sometimes the safest thing is to have a deadpan face.
Yep.
Did any of the jury giggle?
At different points, I think so. Yeah. I mean, I think, everybody acknowledged that moment.
It was funny. I totally derailed from the
no, that's okay. And actually, it makes me wonder. It makes me wonder, did you, I think you mentioned earlier that you couldn't really see whether Krause was maybe wiping a tear during Kyle's testimony, but there was a lot. I would say at least 40% of the trial, I think Krause was sitting with his hand in his his hand in his face, or his face is in his hand. If I can just talk, please get the words out. So did you notice that? Do you know if the jury noticed that or anything? Because it looked like he was despondent.
I really don't know, just personal angles. I mean, also just juries. I mean, you always have to assume that there's a juror looking at you at all point in time because there's different people, doing different things. But for the most part, they were very attentive to the person doing the questioning and the person who was answering the questions. I mean, obviously people were looking at Kyle all the time, but I don't think that looking at the people who are sitting at the prosecution table is necessarily as big of a priority. I don't think I couldn't tell from where I was seated because I'm on the side. I mean,
Right.
most of their reaction stuff like that, like, you know, there's their reaction when Corey asks the questions about, you know, Gage gross rates. I couldn't see those from where I was sitting. I saw them after the fact from the camera angle. So,
Okay.
I mean, I think the jurors spent more time looking at us than they did at them, especially because, I mean,
Okay.
because Kyle was at our table. That's who they want to look at in the situation is, I mean, they're going to look at the person who's questioning, the person who's answering the question, and they're going to look a lot at Kyle. So
Did they react to his social media handle? The chat's been asking about it a lot.
nobody cared about that at all.
This is what's so interesting because it's such a big deal online and in the media. And if it was just a blip at trial, it's like, oh, he's going to ask these questions. And the jury's like, 17-year-olds make 17-year-old decisions, whatever.
That's exactly what it was.
That's so interesting because the perception, that must be surreal to watch it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, you guys weren't watching it as much in real time because you can't, you're focused on trial, but that's so surreal that in the courtroom, this is not a big moment. And on social media, this is like the end all be all.
Yeah. I mean, no, I mean, I'm not a juror, you know, we haven't talked to any jurors yet. That could have been something, but just reaction wise, no. I mean, and most of these people were, if there had maybe been some more younger people on there, I think, but a lot of these people also are parents and grandparents and know the dumb things that teenagers say. So
I'm glad
I think the reason why it became such a meme online was because it was just so randomly placed. Like there were no extra questions about it. There was no, like, he just was like, is this your TikTok handle? Well, yes, it is. Okay, let's take that down. Like, I don't know. It was just so strange.
I think they were trying to get more of his tagline that just says like, bruh, I want to be famous.
Oh, that's right.
And it was just a poorly made point.
But even that too, like they're like trying to say that he was going to Kenosha during the riots and the looting so that he could go and become famous. He's trying to go for glory. It did not land. It did not land. At least for me anyway.
I mean, I don't believe it did. The jurors might tell you differently. Jo Ellen didn't seem concerned about it either. And she is whose opinion I would default to in the situation.
I think the prosecution again was more playing. That's a moment that then did blow up on the media and social media, but didn't play in court. And I do think just from me watching it, that Binger was playing to the national media more than to the, because I think I'm sure there's aspirations there, but that's a moment for the media and it's not super relevant in trial because that argument just falls flat. Especially if you have an older jury, I can't imagine an older jury being like, anyone would think this is a way to get famous and anyone wants their entire life to change in an instant. Like, I don't think that it was such an odd argument.
Well, and they didn't really bring it up later because it wasn't successful with the jury. So that's the thing is like, you can very much tell in that aspect what things were successful and things weren't, because those are the things that were like, well, I mean, granted, some things were just beaten to the ground that weren't relevant at all. But, you know, you do get a feeling a little bit for stuff like that.
When the jury was deliberating, did you guys expect it to take that long? Because we all thought that it was going to be a much faster deliberation.
You know, I didn't really know what to expect in the situation. It was something that could have gone either way. I'm not surprised they were out as long as they were. There were a lot of counts and a lot of lesser includeds. And that's something for people to remember too, is that, I mean, ultimately it came back as not guilty on 5 different things, but there were a lot of lesser includeds throughout.
There were.
And those all have to be individually assessed. And, you know, it's Wisconsin juries, you know, my experience, either come back quickly or they come back late. It's, you know, it's either takes a while or it doesn't. I mean, I was personally surprised there wasn't any hung on any counts. I mean,
Me
we
too.
didn't, it was, we always kind of went into it thinking that we were never going to get 12 people to agree. And the jury themselves, I don't know what they talked about, but of course there's going to be some type of concern, because either decision that you have, people are going to be, feel a certain way. And regardless of whether or not they're supposed to take that into consideration, they're people too. So, I would have loved for it to come back faster, but, it was a big deal. So
did you guys
thoughtful helps in the media?
I think they were very thoughtful, and they all took it all very seriously. And, that is the other thing. I think that if it had come back fast either way, there would have been a huge backlash. So I'm very thankful that they were, as contemplative as they were.
Diligent.
Because the last thing anybody wanted to do was do this again.
Right.
Yep.
Right. Did you guys have any concerns when you got various jury notes come back? I mean, I know you already mentioned the one about asking about the objection that was overruled, but aside from that, was there anything that you guys were like, this is worrisome?
I mean, me personally, no. I mean, the phrasing of a question is, I don't think this is something that people sat down and, thought, I'm going to think out exactly how I'm going to word this question in different ways. I know specifically probably one people are talking about, there's the issue with, the note that said if they could see the video, like where Kyle puts down this extinguisher or something like that. I mean, personally, just because we were lucky, obviously, to get information about the jurors, and we're the only people who know this information about the jurors, is, I was relieved when I saw who the foreperson was. So,
because you had vetted the jury and knew more about them, obviously, than any of us did.
Yeah. And, other people might disagree about that. I know, even Mark or Corey might. Me being personally worried about that, with who the person was who was writing the notes, I felt it more likely that it might have been, a way to keep them open-minded, to not turn people off, because I'm sure that there was a lot of discussion about that. And, that's just my personal opinion, though.
Okay. If you were to come across a recent law school graduate interested in litigation or criminal defense, what advice would you give them based on all of your experiences so far?
You have to go for it. You have to try as many cases as you can. You can't be afraid. I mean, you need to work hard. You need to be competent, but you also have to, be aware that it's not a science, it's an art. So there might be something little wrong that happens in a case. You got to pick yourself up. You got to learn from it. You got to move forward. And I think it's, a relentlessness. You need to be willing to lose. You need to be willing to do things just for the principle of the matter. And I tell that to all my clients is, whether or not somebody goes to trial is not my decision. I work for you. I'm going to tell you if I think you're making a good choice or a bad choice, but I don't have to live your life. I mean, there are sometimes clients who, as much as you tell them they should not testify, they're going to testify. But you know what? It's their life. And you're restrained in a way by those decisions. I know I want what's best for my clients, but my as I said, my job's not about me. It's not about my win-loss record. It's about what I do for my clients and about, treating them the way that they should be treated. And that is with dignity and respect, regardless. And there are clients that I have that I do not like very much. But
don't we all?
Yeah, that's just part of being a person. But
part of being a lawyer too.
Yeah, but that's not my job. Yeah. Is my job's not to, be their behavioral therapist.
Sometimes it feels like it, though.
Oh, I know. That's like one of the first things I tell everybody is I'm like, you should get into therapy. Everybody should get into, with all my clients. I'm like, you should just get therapy. Because everybody should, because just going through the trial process as a defendant is stressful, and dealing with that and being able to be a healthy, productive person, I think most people aren't necessarily equipped to deal with all that stress.
Is there anything that has sort of changed either your outlook on your work or on the legal profession, or has changed the way that you do things as a result of this trial?
I mean, more than anything, research media type of stuff is, that does have an extent some bearing upon the profession in and of itself. But, I think it's taught me more than anything how important it is to challenge information, to ask people questions like, why wasn't the file name the same on his receipt if it was the same file? No, I'm kidding. No, it's just asking questions and not, it's all still hasn't completely sunk in. I mean, I have no idea how many people are in the chat. I didn't even know if there were going to be people in the chat. Like, I was like, I have no idea.
We got a few.
I have no idea. Things I don't have any perspective of numbers wise, how things are. I mean, I think it's weird that somebody would want to hear my opinion on the situation.
A lot of people were really, really interested in hearing.
Yeah. Well, hopefully this is maybe someday do another one. Hopefully this will be my one and done. Is I just, that's just who I am.
Yeah. So, do you have any advice specifically for the baby female lawyers out there?
Baby female lawyers. First of all, also don't be afraid to cry ever, because
I almost got sanctioned for crying once.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Awful.
See, I'm not necessarily talking about in court. I mean, like at the office, like part of the thing is, you have to be you have to be genuine. You have to be you. And if something moves you in a certain way, and that is something actually that, there's an attorney who is in the Milwaukee community. Her name's Kathy Quinn. Kathleen Quinn. She, I don't know her personally well, but I was like an intern at the Federal Defenders for a while when I was in law school, things like that. And she's somebody who I always really admired, because like I saw her cry in court, and it was just like, in the situation, it was genuine and it was honest. And, it's okay to have feelings, and people connect with people who are genuine. And I don't feel like you should feel like you have to do anything a certain way. You should do it the way that serves you and your clients the best. Like, I mean, another reason I did this is just, is a little more informal, is because that's just kind of how I am, and genuine, and like wanting to talk and connect with people. And, if you're not being yourself, then the jury doesn't like that. They're not going to like you. They're not going to trust you. Even if you do a little bit of a mess up, I mean, you got to take it in stride and you got to own it. Which is like the Legalbytes thing.
I think that is your new endearing nickname. We've got your Legalbytes. We've got Grambo is Joanne Fiedler.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Photo Chat is Nathan DeBruin.
I love that Nathan embraced it too.
Yeah,
I love that Nathan embraced Photo Chat.
Yeah. Yes,
I love that he just embraced the nickname.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, there's a difference between having feelings and being overwhelmed by them. And, what I am known with my clients for my client rapport, and that's something that I'm proud of. And, as long as my client thinks that I did the best job possible, I mean, that's what matters to me.
Yeah, absolutely. So are you open to go over some
Yeah.
Rittenhouse trial memes?
Yeah, that was my idea. So,
Yeah, of course. I just wanted to make sure
As
because
long
I know
as
we've been
it's
sitting here for a
happening
minute.
right now. I mean,
Yeah.
you guys have been streaming for a long
A
time.
little
Oh,
over 3 hours now.
I didn't even realize how long.
Natalie,
Yeah.
you are now like a long form live streamer. It's just
Yes.
like,
Well, this, like I said, it was going to be one and done, so I was fine with it being.
Well, I mean, again, I really appreciate you
Yeah.
coming here because this has just been, it's been amazing. It's been amazing having you here and getting to ask you questions directly. So anyway,
and that's where I'm coming in also is, so the reason in this, I'm not saying that like it was necessarily needed, but the reason why I wanted to be on this show as opposed to like when Sean Hannity and things like that were trying to get me on them is I want to pay it forward. I want the world to be a better place because of me. I want your career to be a better place because I'm here. So if anybody wants to do anything to support me, let's like and subscribe Legalbytes and Emily Baker. Let's if you don't, I don't know what's the click the buttons, whatever. So follow them because they're that's kind of what I wanted to do. Nate DeBrune, anybody, I want to pump people up. So
Natalie,
thank
you're
you.
a really incredible human.
And
And
you
thanks.
are.
I think so too. But
I think it's just been, and we could just chat about life and law forever. But I really, it's so nice in a long form versus like a Hannity show where it's like, here's your 5-minute clip.
Yeah.
Be able to not just learn about you and what you were living through in trial, but also normalizing that for lawyers that are coming up and saying, look, life goes on while you're in trial. It's okay to say, I'm not in every single conversation because I'm working and I'm working through life, and I'm going to be authentically me and stand in my integrity and still have feelings and be a human. And you don't have to be an asshole to be an attorney. I think it really is really inspiring. And I hope because of how high profile this case was, it helps the lawyers coming up feel empowered to ask for better from our profession.
Yes.
Well, and it's also, I think, very important is to work with people that you trust. By the end of the trial, we were so sick of each other. Like, I'm sorry, Mark, if you're watching this, I doubt you will, but like, I know, like, it was a mutual thing. But
I can imagine. I mean, you're spending almost 24/7 with each other. Like, were you guys
stuck in a room
at the office?
What? Oh, afterwards. There was so much that was being done there. But we had like a room. Half the time, we're hanging out in the hallways just so we're not stuck in the room together. And thankfully I was able to do that. Kyle and his mom and sisters like had to be in that room the whole time. It was just like everybody stress eating constantly because we couldn't go anywhere. So there was
me every trial I've ever done.
I did do a jigsaw puzzle because there was one already in the room. It was already conveniently there. But those type of things, it was trusting the people you work with is important, and integrity is important. I don't think that, I understand, people need a job to have a job, but when you got a career, I think that, it's something that ideally people should be working with people that they want to work with and be proud of working with. And that's, or again, small, or at least how I want to deal with things. And that's one of the nice things about a small firm is, I don't have to deal with lots of people that I don't like.
Yeah. On the media question, a lot of people have been sort of pointing to, and I don't want this to turn into like a patting ourselves on the back being part of this live stream on Nick Rekieta's channel. And again, big thanks to Nick Rekieta for including all of us on that. But I know that you said that you weren't able to see all of it, or probably not even anywhere near most of it. But do you have any thoughts on how like that kind of content can change things for these sort of big trials that get televised across the United States and that have a lot of like media attention?
Well, I think any level of accountability is important. Something I'm personally really upset about is the Gislaine Maxwell trial not being televised. It's something that hopefully there are transcripts I can look back on. It sucks just reading transcripts, but like, Keith Raniere trial, like Nexium stuff, like all that stuff's available. Transcripts, if you know where to look. Or I don't know if somebody's gotten everything off of Pacer, but they're available if you know how to get them. But the level of accountability is necessary because people don't understand how things actually work.
Federal courts get with that, but our colleague Joe Neerman is
I
actually
know. I wish he's at the Gislaine Maxwell trial right now.
Yeah. So I'm
not today, it's Saturday.
I don't have him linked in the description right now, but I will link him in the description of this video. So if you're watching this on the replay, be sure to go and check out Good Logic on YouTube, because he is doing God's work by going in and observing trial and reporting every single day. So
because
he is hustling and he deserves all of our support.
Absolutely.
Well, and there's just so, especially with that trial, the amount of people who are implicated in it and accountability. That was one of the reasons why
structure of America. Weird.
Yeah. One of the reasons that why Schrader, was so open about everything was because, transparency and accountability is important for trust in the system. And there's so many things that we haven't even gotten into because it would just take forever. But the ability people have to hide behind things like NDAs, when they're public figures who have a lot of influence over a lot of things in the world, it's unfortunate because it damages sort of the collective integrity of the systems that we hold dear, which is one of the reasons why I do not really prescribe to any political party currently. That is something else I've seen people ask about. Apparently my website bio says member of the ACLU. With the past year, with me being like out of it, is I actually have no idea what the ACLU said about this case. I was, again, for my mental health, a lot of the media with this case, I was taking a step back because I needed to get through the end of every day. And, there's also professional I don't know, that went up there on like 2017, I think. I'm no longer a member of the American Bar Association, and that's still on there. I don't think I'm an active member of the ACLU. That doesn't mean I have any. I'm not applauding or condemning them. It's just a statement. Is that that hasn't been updated in a long time. I think right now, if it had to do anything on there, the only thing that would really be on there is like the Racing Bar Association, because I don't think I've been involved in anything else for
working.
Yeah, exactly.
The way it goes.
So, all right. Well, should we start with the memes?
I would love to start with memes.
Okay, let's do it. Okay, so
right now
what's that?
I said I love that this is happening right now. I'm sorry.
This was all Natalie's idea, by the way, guys.
And I also haven't seen. So Alita sent some to me earlier to have me vet them first. I thought it would be more fun if I didn't. But, so there might be some things that I can't. That I will be unwilling to speak about, but so we'll just pass those if that happens.
Sure.
You can always just funny or not funny if you
you'll see my response.
So actually what we'll do is we'll have a particular rating system. You'll give between 1 and 10 Grambos. 10 Grambos is awesome. 1 Grambo is not awesome.
Okay.
So, okay. Let's do this. I'm so excited.
I'm so excited right now.
It is Grambo. All
right.
I mean, she is such a nice lady. She was good throughout. We didn't really have a ton of correspondence beforehand, except she was constantly like, when do you need me? When do you need me? But since then, I mean, she's a very sweet lady. And she deserves all the Grambo attention in the world. She's amazing. So we'll have to give her 10 Grambos because she is Grambo.
10 Grambos for Grambo. I agree. I would.
Grambo dressed as Grambo.
Nobody.
Emily, what do you think? How many Grambos?
I am also giving this 10 Grambos. This is a well-memed meme.
Yes, this is one of my favorites. I was very happy to use this as the first one, especially because it gave me the idea of using Grambos as a rating system.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, next one.
Oh, I did see this one, and I love this one actually, is because I'm a Star Wars fan, and
Oh my.
Me too.
also like, and I know that like at some point Spinger like had a bunch of little pins, and I think he was wearing like a Millennium Falcon at one point. So it
Yep.
wraps very nicely into the culture with that.
Yes.
This one, as soon as I saw this one the first time, I had to share it with like everyone I knew. So I mean, I can't give it 10 Grambos because it's not Joanne. But I mean, we're gonna give this at least an 8, I think, because I mean, my reaction now, I do love it, but I want to save the 9s and the 10s for moving forward.
Okay. All right. Emily, what do you think?
This is one of my favorite memes, but I'm also I have long sleeves on, but I have Star Wars tattoos on my arms. I love Star Wars. This is the #1 meme I was sent by almost every lawyer I know, because people saw me on Mercator's stream and were like, so the DAs that I'm still friends with, the lawyers that I'm friends with, everyone sent me this meme. So this ranks high in my heart with the like,
who shot first?
Who shot first?
Yeah.
And so this is a 9.5 for me.
Yeah. For me, it's a 9 because it just fits so perfectly with the Han shot first.
It's perfect.
Yes, it does.
It is. Yeah.
And it's like it's got layers, which any good meme is an intelligent.
Oh, I do. Yes, they're like onions and ogres.
Yes, they're exactly like onions and ogres. Natalie, I just want to have whiskey with you sometime. And
thanks. Come to Wisconsin. Whiskey with Wisco in Wisconsin.
There you go. That's so perfect. All right, this one.
Oh.
I have a number. So I'll just say right now, there are a number of them that are along this particular theme. By the way, who came up with Hocus Pocus Out of Focus? I meant to ask that earlier.
I think that was a combination of Mark and Joellen.
Okay. It was perfect.
Yeah. Man, I just really like that Bingers is like, it reminds me of the Mickey Mouse one from Fantasia.
Yeah.
That blue hat. But
and the wand too.
The wand, the way he's holding the wand. It's so no, this one, I mean, I've seen better ones along this line. Okay. So I'll give it a 7, but I have seen what I think to be better Hocus Pocus Out of Focus memes. I haven't obviously I haven't seen all of them, but you know, I'm also I reserve the 10s. So
Okay. All right. What do you think, Emily?
This is not my favorite Hocus Pocus Out of Focus meme either. I love the line, but it has a Disney Fantasia tie-in. I want a Hocus Pocus or Harry Potter tie-in for me. So for me, this is like a 5.
That's true. Yeah, I would say about a 6 is pretty good for me, because whatever, I'm a Disney nerd, so I'll give it a little bit of extra weight. All right, next one.
Okay,
we have a Bigfoot with the Loch Ness Monster.
Yeah, you can make anything look at like what you want it to. That one, I like that one better than the last one. It's not as good as the Star Wars one, so we'll give it an 8. But I also like how serious Corey looks.
Yeah,
serious. He also, by the way, loved the Hitman thing, the Agent 47.
Oh, good. I'm so glad.
And there were also some really great Onion articles throughout all of this.
There were. Yeah. Emily, what do you think on this one?
I kind of love that Bigfoot's coming in like a wrecking ball in this one, like Miley Cyrus vibes. Right. The arm up.
I didn't even see that, but no, I love that's perfect.
So this is like a 7.5 for me.
Yeah. All right. And I'd say 7 for me. 7 for me, because I do like the insinuation of creating something that is total myth, absolutely, and putting it on footage. This one.
I've seen the one, but no, this is hilarious. This is one of my favorite ones that I've seen. This was actually the reason why I stopped vetting them when I had saw that you posted about them, is because I wanted it to be a surprise, because I saw this one and I ruined my laugh on it. This one I'd probably give like an 8.5, a 9.
Yeah. Emily, what do you think?
I'm giving this a 9.5, and the reason I am is because the prosecution's argument that like Kyle was a video game
player
running around Kenosha thinking he's in Call of Duty was just so, it felt very out of touch to me. But maybe with an older jury, that's why that choice is made to kind of play. But I love this like play on, okay, you want to say this is all a video game? Fine. Here it is.
And if Schrader was trying to play a video game, I'm sure that's exactly what face he'd be making.
Yeah. Yeah. It does. It does look exactly like.
He's
So
like-
for me,
like
for all those reasons, it's a 10 because
Mhm.
it just is perfectly using, you know, what they were trying to use at trial.
Yeah,
And
it's all
you know, kind of this
a 9
confused
for
look.
me. Mhm.
Yeah, it's
So-
clever. It's a clever meme. And it also, you could set this differently. And it's like, no, grandpa, you know, you've got to hit X
Mhm.
to fire. It has that kind of
Exactly.
fun for me.
Yeah. All right, next one.
Oh.
This one too.
Okay. Oh man, this has got to be another 9 at least. I mean, I have a hard time giving anybody but Grambo a 10. So we'll give this a solid 9 at least because that's just. I do appreciate that with the look, there's so many pixels, right?
Yeah.
You can see them all individually.
I
Here,
know,
that
I
would have
know.
been actually a great visual to use to explain to the jury the difference in resolutions.
You're like, next time we have to decide pixels, this is how we're doing it.
Yeah, we're gonna use
Minecraft, Street Fighter.
Yeah, this is
Exactly.
how we're gonna do it.
Exactly. So Natalie, what's your number on this one?
We'll give it another 9. I do like
Okay.
that one.
Emily, what do you think?
I'm giving this one a 10 because while you get the making something out of nothing with the Loch Ness Monster, this actually takes it the next level and be like, no, the pixels can show you anything. So I think it's clever and it's kind of OG video games, which I love. So
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
personal affinity.
Absolutely. So what's your number, Emily?
10. It's a KO for me.
There you go. There you go. For me, it's a 9. I love it. All right.
I haven't seen this one.
Video evidence for ants.
I can hear this meme in my soul.
Same here. Man.
Wait, where's the one with the files are inside the computer?
Yes, inside the computer.
In the computer. That actually would have been a really good one too.
The files are in the computer.
In the computer? No. This is probably a 9.5 for me. I am a huge, Zoolander and just that, this is at least 9.5.
All right. Emily, how about you?
It's a 9.5 for me. I love that. Yeah. I love this. I've never seen this one. So the reaction is the reaction. And when you can hear a meme in your head, you know it hits.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree. It for me, it's a 9. It's a 9.
Okay. And I did see somebody in the chat just says it needs to be zoomed and enhanced at least 3 more times. Like 3 times the size. Whoever did that was clever.
The chat's generally very quick.
Yes.
Well, it's just something that popped out of the corner of my eye. So.
Oh, that's awesome. All right.
What?
Oh, jackets.
Jackets. Yeah. That one, I mean, I get it. It's not something I laughed out loud with. You Full Metal Jacket. But it was
pretty punny.
It's very punny. So, I mean, I feel we'll give it at least a 6. I feel like, oh God, now we look, maybe I like it more the more I look at it.
The expression of Kyle is pretty funny.
Well, and honestly,
the Binger screenshots are pretty.
Well, no, I noticed John Black in the background. And that was, I was like,
let's see if I can zoom in there.
It looks like he's looking at the,
is he looking at Binger's butt? Like, what's going on there?
Oh, he's behind the in the first level, in the first row of people.
Oh,
so he's actually sitting. Yeah. So
either that or he might be falling asleep. I'm not sure.
No, it looks like he's just like very skeptically
looking
at him
over the top of his glasses.
It's like that is his response to the jacket. Yes, that's what I thought.
Yeah. Okay.
So I mean, I'll give it probably a 6. But for the meme of it itself, it's got individual parts that I very much enjoy. but
Yes.
it's not something that made me laugh out loud, which is usually what I want from memes.
Right. How about you, Emily?
It gets like a 5. Like it's kind of funny, but it's also kind of a groaner.
That's a good sound effect. Yeah, for me it's about a 5.5 because it's like it's funny when you look at it and you analyze it, and it's got some good puns. The facial expressions are good, but it does.
The more
It's
that I
not.
look at it, though,
They can't
it's
all be
just-
10s. I like it.
Yeah.
It up, Alita. I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean,
thank you.
but no, the more I look at it, the more I like it, though, because I think of it like as actually being asked by him. So
Yeah.
I was like,
Well, because there was so much disinformation kind of being spoken about firearms at that trial.
that's fair.
So, all right, next one.
Alita, what was your rating?
Oh, mine was a 5.5.
Okay. Really?
I do like that one too. That one, oh, because I mean, there are a lot of levels to this name as well. I mean, it's one of those other ones that the more I look at it, the
Especially because
funnier
it's
it
like
is.
the one on the right. I mean, I don't know if you guys remember when this came out, but it was like some historical like restoration people tried to restore this painting to be the one on the left, and this is what it turned into because they just did such a terrible job. So
Yeah, no, that's I like that one. I mean, I'll give it a 7. It's subtle, but I do enjoy it.
yeah.
Yeah,
How
I'm
about you,
giving it an 8 for cleverness.
Yes.
I love that the chat is playing along.
Yes, I love it too. Yeah, for me it does make me giggle, so I'm gonna give it an 8.
Yeah, it's clever.
All right. Yeah. Next one.
I haven't seen that one.
So this is the Nick Rekieta Law Tube Stream of Wonder.
Yeah, I see that. I'm looking at it all
the
here.
the additions that we had, on the last days.
Yeah. Oh. Man, I've just like I'm just looking at the expressions and interaction to each other and imagining what being in that car would like looking at Hoeg. He's just
I didn't even notice that. He just had a
and
serious
with the
face.
cigar and Barnes looking like he's going to bite the cigar. It's
Yeah.
yeah.
Especially because Barnes is usually the one with the cigar, so it's almost like he's like, "Hey, you've got my cigar. Like, what? Like, let me take it back from you."
And of course, Barnes and Viva would totally be the kids that were like, "No, we have to sit together in class."
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And Nate's kind of just cheesing up there.
Yeah.
I mean, rating wise, this is a hard one. I mean,
Lawtube won't be offended, Natalie. It's okay.
no, I know. I'm just like, I wish I had watched more of it because I'm like a couple people I don't recognize. So, I mean, since it's a little bit more niche, I'm going to give it an 8. I do appreciate it for what it is, but I know that some of it's lacking through me because I haven't
Makes
watched all of
sense.
it because I'm not ready to relive everything yet.
Fair.
Totally fair. Emily, what do you think?
I mean, they didn't use me with the purple hair. That's an older image of me that they selected before the purple hair. So for me, it's gonna I'm kidding. I think it made me laugh out loud, so it gets a 9.
It kind of looks like, you're having a 2007 Britney Spears moment in the backseat of the cars with these guys.
Totally was.
Which I would be doing if I was in the backseat of the car with them too.
And I'd be talking about Britney Spears and how mad I was that they shut down the audio program. So I couldn't access any of the court hearings. I would be talking about.
Yeah. So I would, Emily, did you give a number?
I think I did. I think I gave it a 9.
Okay. Yeah, I would give this. I have to give this one at least a 9, right? Because it's just
a 10. I feel it.
Well, and your face is great in it. Also, you're just like.
Thank you. Yeah,
just happy to be here. Thanks, Nick.
Of course. Yeah, exactly. Thanks again, Nick. So, yeah. I think a 9 is good. I didn't want to be too harsh with Binger and Krause because I know you wanted to keep things professional.
Yeah,
but I thought this one was kind of funny.
You know what the thing is, though? Actually, knowing Binger, I'm sure he appreciates this one too. Actually.
Oh, okay.
So, this one, I mean, I love anything that's a shout out to Duck Hunt. It just looks absurd.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I'm probably going to give it a 10.
Oh, all right. All right. Emily, what do you think?
I'm giving it a 10. And again, I have childhood affinity to duck hunt. So, and it's just funny. And it was so well done. Like they've got his finger on the trigger and it's just funny. It's clever, it's funny, but without being super harsh. So I like it. It's just it's got a little bit of a wholesomeness to it for something that deserves to be memed.
Yeah. Yeah. Agreed. 10 for me
and
as
it's
well.
again something you can hear is the noise, the duck hunt.
Yes. With the dog laughing at you.
Visceral meme.
Oh yeah. So good. All right. Oh, now this one is a video meme. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. So let me just hopefully. Ooh, I hope that you can you hear this?
No.
Could you guys hear that? Oh shoot.
No, on StreamYard you've got to share audio with the tab.
Yeah. Okay, let me see if I can. Give me just 1 second if I can fix this. Okay. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay.
I would just watch the meme clips if you're going to rewatch the trial, Natalie. You don't need to watch all of them.
I've seen a couple. Yeah, some clips. That's why I'm like.
Is it working now? Or no? Did you hear that? Nothing? No. Oh no, this is not going to work if it doesn't happen.
Is this the Simon and Garfunkel one? Because I did hear the clip of the like "Hello Darkness" with my old friend. Then it goes into
No, actually, I didn't use that one. Okay, let me see if I can just find it here. Aha, here we go. Okay, we'll do it like this.
We had a camera on you that night.
That's how I would have got those photos.
Oh.
All right. What do you think of that one?
Oh, contextual. I do enjoy that one. We'll give it an 8.5.
Okay. All right. Emily, how about you?
That one gets a 9. Of all the witnesses, I really enjoyed watching this experience happen to another prosecutor. I've had those moments where I've asked the question and the witness is like, "Are you a moron?" And so it's just nice watching it happen to somebody else. And it was funny. And I think he, as a witness, stayed respectful and truthful the entire time. So I love this meme. I love the music. I love all of it. So 9.5.
Yeah. I mean, there's I think I gave Mark for Christmas, I think it was last year, like a daily tear off calendar, type of just dumb thing. And it's like the dumbest things people have ever said. And it reminds me of something that would be on that.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It really is just a he had his camera. Don't ask this question.
Alrighty. So this one for me is a 10 because it just was such a great moment at trial.
Good use of song.
No,
too.
this one I am not going to rate because I am biased. I made this one. So rip it apart if you don't like it.
I mean, Joe Rogan's real intense there. Oh, I mean,
I was like, I didn't get to watch the streams. I didn't get to see that moment.
I didn't. Well, no, I did see that one because I looked back on it. I mean, the blue on the top, will be critical of it in that aspect. I know you made it yourself, but so I think it would have been a little better as actual little pictures on there. That's my only criticism. But text on it. But I mean, I think just in general, I mean, it's an 8.5 at least.
All right.
Just because I'm thinking of people making those faces. I don't
because that's how
you guys have felt. Yeah.
I felt like I was Joe Rogan in that moment. What?
Yeah.
Yes.
Same. I'm 9.5 on it because I loved watching the chat and others on social media compare watching kind of LawTube's commentary to UFC commentary. So it really pulled in that's what others were experiencing with it too. And that's what it felt like for me and you've shared for you, Alita. So I love that. And I like that it's branded. Go for it. Get it.
Thank you. Next one. I'm sure you were aware of the tweets
I know.
following Kyle's testimony about crocodile treats. Or not crocodile treats.
I just
crocodile tears.
what is that green thing in his hand? Oh, this is the
right,
brush. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. I mean, oh, no. And that was a funny day. And that was a fun car ride to court that day that came out, because we had a couple laughs about that in the car. So, you know,
things you never think that are going to happen when you're
yeah, that's just more of just like one of those what is happening right now things is, I bet we're going to give that one a 9.
All right. Emily, what do you think?
the chats like tend up on this one.
Mhm.
Yeah. I saw an 11 out of 10.
Yeah,
This one goes to 11.
I'm giving this one a 10 too. I like the dig. But I'm also I didn't love what he said. So I was also formerly a Lakers fan, so I have a lot of feelings about LeBron James. So I'm giving it a 10.
Yeah.
I like the shade and I like the cleverness.
I agree because his tweet made it very clear that he didn't actually watch trial. He didn't actually watch his full testimony, because I don't know how anyone could say what he said having actually watched his testimony. Other than maybe like one frame, that gets put out on media. So so the dig is good, and it's just, Kyle's face, he looks so caring and he looks so kind. Like, it's okay, LeBron.
Well, no, that was
I'm
the
here for
reason
you.
that I smiled, is because that's just like, if this was a picture and it had been graffitied, Kyle would have cleaned it off.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, this one's a good one.
I'm gonna pass on commenting on this one, but
Got it.
I do enjoy it.
That's fair. It's fair to not rank it. Is his pin the Eye of Sauron this day? Like
No, that's the Sherlock Holmes one.
Oh, is it?
Okay.
Interesting. It's so hard to tell on camera what some of these pins were.
Yeah.
It's just
Because the pixels,
It's the depth, yeah.
the zoom
pixels.
and the pinch and zoom, you can't really tell when you zoom in.
I'm giving this one a 9 because I think it's a clever dig at the fact that in opening they said this and the evidence didn't bear it out, and they would have known that if they had watched the videos, which they would have had to do to prepare to trial. So yeah, it's fair shade and it's clever.
Yeah. No, I give this one a 10 for that exact reason. I actually have a question about the lapel pins. Is that normal for Binger? Do you know, Natalie? Or was that just for the trial?
No, that's just part of his thing.
Oh, okay. So he always wears like lapel pins.
He usually has a lapel pin on of some sort. I mean,
interesting.
Yeah, it's his preferred accessory.
Okay. All right. I was just curious about that. All right. Next one.
I like that one.
Especially because it's so ominous, but also it's like he's obviously not even trying to hide.
No, not at all. Okay, that one might be another 10, honestly, just because of like, that's just, and it's so absurd. Like,
yes, in the middle of the day.
Yeah, in the middle of the day. And that was also just, yeah, I mean, I just wish that he would have come back so the judge could have yelled at him.
Yeah.
Don't we all?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Natalie, how many Grambos do you give this one?
I mean, I'm going to give it a 9 because it's not on par with actual Grambo, but it's pretty close to a 10.
Okay. All right. Emily, how about you?
Yeah, this one's an 8 for me. It makes me laugh. And I appreciate the shade.
Yeah.
And there's something in the bushes. So.
Yep.
There is indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I give it a 9. I really, really enjoy this one. It's very on the nose.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So this one I think was responding to Mark saying in the press conference afterwards that they're best friends.
I really like that one. That one's a 10.
10 Grambos. 10 Grambos.
That's got 10 Grambos.
Wow.
Except for Kyle's crying. But,
yeah.
Yeah, but that's awesome. That's a good one.
What do you think, Emily?
9 made me laugh out loud. It's the 4 Eva that got me.
Yeah.
Well, because I mean, it's just so like, and I love the little drawing of Mark.
with the frowny face,
I
like,
can't even do
but
it.
he's thinking about how much like they're best friends, and like it's funny. It's funny seeing that the difference between somebody that can have like an RBF, like a really mean RBF, but they're really thinking like very pleasant, warm thoughts, about the world or whatever. So,
and Mark's a kind of an enigma of a man. Like he is like nothing you'd ever imagine he is. So, it's again just also knowing them, both of them. So.
Yeah. I love this one.
You're telling us that Mark's Real Housewife tagline is "I'm an enigma wrapped in a riddle."
Oh yeah, now this is something that like I need to send to both Richard's and Corey's wives.
Fantastic. I will. For 4 Doors More Yams, who posted this on Twitter, will be thrilled.
Yeah, no, yeah, they've got to see this one. So
yeah. I'll send you the file that I have.
Oh, you already sent me the PowerPoint, so
that's right. Oh, of course, you already have it. Okay, yeah. I give this one a 9 as well. So this one. Okay, so this is another video file, so I'm gonna have to add another. Doop. Okay.
Technology.
Here we go.
In Wisconsin use the word vigilante to refer to your client since the verdict came down. How do you react to that?
Maybe they should have watched a trial. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, that's another 10 for me. That might actually reach the 11 point for me. Just
I love where they froze him with the shoulders up.
Yeah, no, that's the he doesn't smoke cigars or anything. Oh no, that's a joint.
Yes.
But that gets an 11 out of 10.
Nice.
11 out of 10. I love it. The chain is what's doing it for me.
Right.
So,
yeah.
It could have done a smoother transition with the music, for which it gets a 9.5.
Ah, okay. Yeah, for me it's a 9. It's a 9 for me. It's wonderful. And it's just such a great retort. So
it is because that's what you're thinking. It's like maybe you should like have facts.
Mm-hmm. Also, again, seeing the chat, I have seen the Friends intro, so you guys don't worry about that. I've seen it. So actually, and Kyle has too. I'm pretty sure because one of his people was the one who texted it to me. So
there's a Friends intro meme.
It's not a meme. It's just like a little video, a mockery of. Yeah, you'll look for it.
Yeah, I think I've come across that too. I didn't come across it when I was gathering memes. And by the way, thanks to everybody that did send in memes. I got so many, way more than obviously I could include in this. Initially, I was thinking I was going to just use 10, but obviously I doubled that because I was like, how can I keep so many of these out?
The chat said this one is Richard's being blunt, which I also
I like that. Yeah, I saw that too.
Added the blunt. I was like, well played, chat. Well played.
Very well played. So next one.
Oh man.
The look on his face is just so perfect.
Yeah. I'm not gonna pine too much on this but that one that gets a 9.
9 Grambos. There you go.
9
Emily, what do you
Grambos
think?
on that one.
I'm giving this one a 10 because it's just the freeze frame and the text are so perfect, but it's the emoji for me.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
yeah, for me it's a 9.
It's just it's all the things I want in a meme. I love it.
Yeah, no, it's a good one.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And then for the final one, it's gonna take a minute to go through it.
Oh my goodness. I do like that one too. Oh, and that's such a cute picture of Judge that actually I'm trying to think what I would rate this because I have seen this one before. Mm-hmm. So that's why I'm not maybe as responsive to it. I mean, I'm gonna give a. Oh, you know what? No, I'm not gonna comment on this one. So
Fair enough. Because Judge,
Yeah.
I would have liked to have seen this laid out in kind of more of a traditional script format. So it
Mm.
looked like a page out of a script treatment, because I
Mm.
feel like that's what they're giving. They're giving like script treatment for the life story. So I would have liked to have seen that. It does have a lot of text for me, but it is also very clever. So we're going with an 8 for me.
All right. All right. Yeah, 8 for me as well. For a lot of it, because it does take a minute to go through it and whatnot. But yeah. So
But
anyhow.
it's got almost like the 80s movie vibe to it.
Yes.
You know, an arm in the air and the
Yes.
music's
Kind of like the end of Breakfast Club.
yes.
yes,
Right?
that I do like as a just a little. Its own little
It's
vignette.
John Hughes vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, that's all the memes. We can go through. I still have a ton of super chats to go through. I know there's a lot of questions. We've gone through a lot. I don't know if you're feeling. We're at almost 4 hours now. So
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I have to go to the bathroom. But,
yeah.
That's
If
the
you want
trial bladder that you've got dialed in there at a 4-hour
Yeah.
stream.
Oh, I mean, not the trial. The trial has nothing to do with that. Say, my father was one of those people who, like, during a 7-hour car ride, would stop once for gas and to go to the bathroom.
Oh, wow.
So
no.
I've been trained to do that.
You've been trained for trial bladder from the time you were a child.
Yes, I have been.
So, well, if you want to stick around and do super chats, you can take a break if you want and come
Yeah,
back.
if you could cut me out and then give me a minute to do a couple things, and then I can come back.
Okay, sure, sounds good.
You'll probably be able to see in the bottom video when I come back in, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So I'll go through the ones that are not asking you a question directly.
Mm.
And then when you come back, we'll go through.
Okay.
rest.
All right. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah. All right. So if you
I just want to leave studio. It's down at the bottom.
Oh, I
you know,
push leave studio.
yeah.
Yeah, you can. It'll
There you go. Perfect. Okay. So okay. It's Yorick said, greetings, legal snack, just bringing some degeneracy and support from Mercator's racketeers.
Wait,
Thank you.
is your community, are they the legal snacks? Or are you a legal snack because you're a snack?
I think he's calling me a legal
Okay,
snack.
You are a legal snack.
I have not endorsed that name, but I mean, hey, if we want to call the community legal snacks, that's fine with me.
You have to let them pick.
Yeah, exactly. Max Beast said, so excited. So was I, and so am I. Dragon, this is a great name. Dragon Poo Poo 94 says, we got to know if anything will come of the compressed video debacle. Please ask Natalie if anything will happen now that Kyle's been found not guilty. So yeah, we did talk about that before. And you know what? I'm actually going to, okay, well, no.
I think she mentioned, she mentioned like things are being looked into. We'll see.
Yeah, but she doesn't seem to have much information herself beyond that.
She could comment much beyond that.
Yeah. Water Jabber said, can't wait for this interview. Sassy Gal Beauty sent an emoji. Thank you. Z Michael Gelk said, Wisco giving Krause a solid cross over the video. Now that's lawyering. It was brilliant, in my opinion. Braden Grimaldi said, loved watching Wisco giving Krause the business over that video evidence. Agent Rude said, as professionally as I can put it, Wisco identifying the different videos had me yelling at my computer screen like it was a sports ball game. Clutch. That's great. JRNY32 said, Natalie, you guys, that's a question for Natalie. We'll save that for later. Clown World Resident, thank you for your super chat. Slade said, but is he a secret agent? He was talking about Sharafasi. I don't know that anyone can comment on that. I don't know if he could comment on that. All right. This one's a question for Natalie. So STFUFFS said, does she have children? She said no, because the surgically dismantling she did of the excuses offered during the video sidebar, similar of my mom for my attempts to lie. Yeah, it was very, very handy. And definitely somebody who obviously has been around kids for a bit. Runkle of the Bailey. That's a question for Natalie. But it's good to see you in here. Danny Francis, also a question. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, let's see. STFUFFS said best pizza combo: Serrano ham, gorgonzola, and pear slices with a white wine sauce base. But you got to let the dough rise so it will be super fluffy. Because one of the questions that I got from people on Twitter was whether Natalie liked having pineapple on pizza. Because these are the crucial questions that we absolutely need to know.
The most popular pizza topping in Australia, so it's very pertinent.
Yes, of course. Let's see. Aaron Caltron, thank you so much for your super chat. Oh, and she's back. Yay. All righty. So we'll go through some questions here.
Okay.
John Gordon wanted to know, what was it like to work with Mr. Rittenhouse? How do you and the other attorneys feel about Kyle taking the stand? Lastly, would you, Richards, or Sharafisi consider going on Nick Rekieta's stream?
I can't speak for the other attorneys. We'll go with the last one first. As for what they're planning on doing stream-wise, this was a personal thing for me with the kind of more the format that I was interested in, and not being a prop for someone else. As far as the decisions with Kyle testifying, my personal opinion, was the question more of getting into why he did it, or my response to his actual testimony?
I'm not sure. It just says, how do you and the other attorneys feel
Why
about
he did it? I mean, I think you made really clear the jury instruction. So
Yeah,
maybe
that was that, and it's a jury instruction and the mock jury thing. That was how we felt about it. It was obviously, it was Kyle's ultimate decision, and I don't see it having gone a different way, just because, we had to get that jury instruction. We had to put on the evidence. If he had given, like I said, some type of interview where he had told the police, exactly what he believed in the time period, that would be a different thing. But, it's one of those idiosyncrasies with Wisconsin law, I think, more than anything.
Yeah. JRNY32 says, Natalie, you guys seem to have been on the right track about creation timestamps. Why didn't you press it further? Handbrake was a revelation?
Part of it also was just there was a certain amount of things that were going to be needed. Have an expert. We were communicating with people at the time about doing that. There were tons of people who just reached out in general that were supportive, but we had been in communications with somebody. It was not something that we wanted to, proverbially like blow or load too early on, effectively, because, it's something that, you want to be right about.
Of course. Brian wants to know, question for Natalie. Hello. When the judge freaked out on Binger a second time, he walked over to you and talked to you and you shrugged at him. What was that about? Were Binger's actions unexpected, or is that how he is? Do you remember that?
I think he probably asked something about me playing something on a computer, and I didn't know what he was talking about because, I'm not his evidence person. So I think that's kind of what it was.
Perfectly fair.
So if I remember correctly,
computer work. I don't know, big guy. Good luck.
Well, I think it would have been more of a, could you play that last type of thing or something, or if I had something available, and it's more like, I don't know what you're talking about. So that's why I shrugged. I'm assuming that's what it was. I didn't have any problems with, any personal animosity with the members of the prosecution, even during, the issue that I had is, I kind of try and separate my personal beliefs from when I'm doing things like that, because if you take everything personally, then
have a real tough time.
That's just a lot of work.
Yeah.
And it's not always what's best for your client either.
Yeah. And I don't believe in being adversarial just for the sake of being adversarial.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Runkle of the Bailey wants to know, he said, Natalie, was very impressed by your handling of Binger and Krause's evidence issues. Really glad that Rittenhouse had you and others in his corners. Cheers from a Canadian lawyer. Oh, so there wasn't a question. That was just
okay. Well, thanks.
And Runkle was Ian Runkle. He was one of the panelists.
He's the one who I think made a comment right before the verdict that he must have been broadcasting from like the state's iPhone or something. Somebody had said as a joke, yeah, because he came in blurry. That was this.
Yeah.
Yes.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
And I believe he's also the other very light-haired person.
Yes.
So
yeah, people were calling him Logolus.
There we go, Logolus.
See, we all have nicknames.
Yeah.
Danny Francis said, Miss Wisco, you remind me of Emily Baker.
Do I?
What was one thing you learned from working on Kyle's defense team?
One thing I learned, honestly, part of it is, with situations, this was so beyond my realm of fathoming, what was going to go on here. And I think something I learned was how important it is to professionally work with people you trust, because, there were, trying to find the right way to phrase this is, something that I'm very glad about is that Kyle had us because we weren't trying to use him. So something I learned was a little bit more of, when dealing with other people's motives, ways to, sort of with clients, just because somebody's trying to help doesn't necessarily mean that it is going to help. And there's a certain amount of, problems that people bring along with them, baggage, and how important it is to, when possible, separate yourself from that. Unless you're trying to be a political attorney, then that's just not what we do.
Yeah, completely agree. Let's see. Ducky Chris Belvin says, Natalie, you were great during the trial. You definitely were like a mom figure for Kyle, and he needed that. Heart emoji. JJJMMM says, can anything be done about the Fifth Amendment rights violations by Binger, or follow up the video evidence that now is all done? Who has standing to do that, and how likely would they be to succeed? It's a lot of questions there. Lots to unpack.
I know that's stuff people want to get into, but it's something that I don't know if it has been established, if anything's going to be done, and if anything's going to be done, what is going to be done. So, just from a professional standpoint, I'm going to decline to comment on that.
Makes sense. CD Nighthawk says, Natalie, the one time you talked was clutch. Your use of facts to shut down Krause was one of the most memorable moments in the case. I was screaming in support of you.
Oh, thank you. It was actually funny. Like I said, I had watched Kyle's interview with my family over Thanksgiving, and my little sister during watching that point, and she it's before I even started talking, she just cracks up and she was like, I know that look on your face. And she's like, you're about to let it loose.
So here comes the fury.
That's like, that reminds me of like when my siblings and I were little, and we knew that our mom was about to let us have it, because like I still to this day remember, and Mom, if you're watching, I still remember. She sometimes watches our lives. She's probably watching this one, let's be real. But I still remember her hairline would like raise or something. It would just like specifically this line would move, and I'd be like, oh God, I'm done for. So it reminds me very much of that. Like your face said everything that you were about to let him have it.
Yeah, I mean, and I didn't even realize it was something, I thought I was doing well, but my sister just was like dying. So,
oh man,
she's probably spent a lot more time looking at my face over the years than I have. So she probably
that's
like
fair.
That's fair.
That's very fair. Vlad Drackle said, did Miss Wisco enjoy ripping the angry Krause apart?
It was something at the time that I don't even know. I mean, I didn't realize quite what was the impact of what it was going on, because I mean, I wanted to get the point across to make an accurate record. And, it was, did I enjoy that? No, I don't ever want to be in a situation where my client doesn't have all the evidence. That's kind of how I see that. I mean, I wish it had never happened, because I wish we would have, ultimately I can't say that I ever want to not get the best quality of video for somebody on something that ends up being so important.
Right.
And it was, I mean, that's all I really have to say about that.
Got it. Okay. Mr. Tibbs 89 wants to know, do you feel that Kyle is in good hands with those handling and securing his safety?
Oh, that's a hard question to answer.
That is a hard question. His security, if it's the people who've been involved previously, all of them, yes. I don't have any qualms about the people who I've met who are involved with day-to-day security issues as far as his actual safety goes. I think we all would like it to be at a point where that's not necessary, though. So he can
live a normal life, right?
Well, I mean, and that's what he wants he was so proud of himself for being in college. He would love to just go on campus somewhere, but those things probably aren't going to be able to happen. And, I think we all are looking forward to the day where that's not necessary anymore.
Yeah, of course. Max Grift said, did I miss Attorney Wisco talking about how she totally burned Krause when he tried to lie about her phone/emails? We did discuss that whole thing. Scarfy the Strange says, so what's a millibyte? Is that 1/1000th of a byte?
It's a combination of a milligram and a megabyte. So it's sort of like, if you're thinking about, I'm just making things up right now.
It's good. It's good.
If
I
you're
love that you have a sense of humor about it.
Something that you can quantify is it's the liquid form of a megabyte.
Of course. Well, now that they have like whatever those microbots that are actually able to reproduce. Did you hear about that in the last week? There's like some sort of microbots that are able to reproduce, and now we live in a horror story.
That sounds terrifying.
We can't.
So maybe there will be a liquid.
Live in iRobot. Keep going.
Yeah, that's pretty terrifying. But I know I hadn't heard about that. So,
Aaron Catron, thank you so much for your super chat. Brett Johnson says, corporate media, big tech, and government have been overreaching with increasing brazenness, and it was gratifying to see the Rittenhouse trial open so many eyes. Thanks, Natalie, for your role.
You're welcome. I did my job. So,
Gone Fall says, and I knew this was going to come up. He says, okay, the real question is, which one of you will show us feet? The answer is none.
Y'all. I don't think Natalie needs a wiki feet page. Let her live her life.
I don't
exactly,
Natalie, and then go for it.
My feet aren't really that cute right now. So
you've been in trial, and
it's one of those I like the week and a half before trial, I got a pedicure with my cousin, and this is like over a month later. So that just looks
the things male attorneys don't have to worry about. I mean, some choose to, but
I did it for myself because I was just
manicure to grow out during trial. And there's not always time to refresh during trial. And if you're in trial for a month or plus, it becomes a situation.
Well, and I mean, I was surprised nobody noticed that I was wearing basically the same pair of shoes every day because, there's one elevator in the entire Kenosha County Courthouse. And I mean, like our room was upstairs. I'm constantly running up and down these like marble stairs. And it's like you need a sturdy heel and something that's going to be durable.
I had a pair of trial shoes that were just for trial because I didn't want to wear them out. And they were my most comfortable heels. And I'm like, these are my trial shoes. And so I had trial heels. So I get it. I wore the same pair every single day. I wanted to make less decisions.
Yep, exactly.
Well, and that's one of the reasons why I'm always in black is I know exactly what I'm going to wear every day. I'm going to wear black.
And then if you're nervous and you're sweating, nobody knows. Nobody has that information.
Well, and I mean, honestly, part of it is just that's my power color. I'm going to wear what I feel the best and most powerful in, and I like wearing black.
Heck yeah. No, every time I did a deposition,
black.
Yeah, every time I did a deposition, all black, whole thing, head to toe. And then exactly. It's a power color sometimes. Dick Tracy
with her
says,
hair, the black is just, it's stunning because
thank you.
So.
Yes, exactly. Dick Tracy says, why request mistrial without prejudice? We talked about that earlier because you were talking about
We
wanting
requested
to-
both, and we're
Yeah.
setting Kyle up for the best success possible. If
Exactly.
for some reason, I mean, because it's not like we were giving up on the one by asking for the other one. It's a separate request, and the judge
Yeah.
hadn't, ruled on either of them.
Yeah, exactly.
It just gives Kyle another avenue.
Yeah, exactly. Water Jabber says, Natalie, as a technologist, even if you didn't know the difference, you're forgiven between millibytes and megabytes. I was screaming, check the metadata during the video discussion. So when you brought it up, I was cheering.
Oh, thank you.
Nova Zero says, hi, Natalie. Most of us were watching the case in real time, not the coverage. I'm curious, did you actually catch the apps on Binger's laptop during his presentation, for Hocus Pocus out of focus?
No,
I think they're referring to Handbrake.
Well, yeah, that was not necessarily, no, not at the time, because also you have to think about what are we looking at as we're looking at, a regular normal quality type monitor, and in real time, it's not necessarily going to be the first thing you look at, because we're also doing, 8 million other things at the same time. So
Yes. Nancy says, we could tell it was simple misspeak, but thought you were amazing. You were professional, direct, and stood your ground. You should be proud.
Thank you.
Completely agree. Nernith God, I always mess up this name. Nernith Arnoadiad says, who did the nicknames for the people? Just curious. Oh, Jump Kick Man, Yellow Pants Man. How did you guys come up with those?
No, Yellow Pants Man we didn't know his name, and he was in Yellow Pants. Because people wearing you can't, part of it is also like, with masks, it's not like I can be like, it's the guy with the mustache, because we can't see what his face looks like. Yellow Pants, that was what is the most identifiable feature about him from shot to shot, is wearing bright yellow pants.
Yeah.
Jump Kick Man, that was a Richards thing.
Okay.
That was just how he sort of was. We didn't have a way to really refer to him. And then Richards came up with and stuck.
Okay. Cracklin says, can you explain any ramifications from Binger pointing the rifle at the jury with his finger on the trigger, which you did clarify that he wasn't actually
not pointing at the jury. So that was that's one of those perception things based on the angle of the photography.
Because
ran with it. The reporting ran with it.
Oh yeah, that's not what he was pointing it at.
Okay, which I from the angle that we saw it, it definitely looked like he was. But that's
and when you look at the pictures, that's what it looks like. But
of course,
that's again, the one of those things that just doesn't translate for when you're not there in person.
And he says, I was worried about a possible Alec Baldwin type mishap, but it also came off as intimidation to me. Did any of the jury? Did I ask you that before? Did any of the jury react to him the way that he was holding the gun in any way, or no? That you can remember?
During closings, people were pretty somber for both sides. Because it's the culmination. It's the closing things up, and things were very serious. I don't think it did him any favors with the jury, but I think it just came across as being a little excessively theatrical. But because previously the rifle,
he was trying to give him the old razzle dazzle.
Well, because the rifle had been brought out in other times by the officers and stuff, and even I believe Mark used it in his closing, but before it had always been pointed at the ground. So I think that was just a little bit. That was definitely noticeable because it was a break from what had been done previously.
Yeah, for sure. Henry Dixon says, fascinating interview and something I didn't know I needed. Thanks, Legalbytes. Hey, you're welcome. Sealy Star says, great behind the scenes details. Great interview. Thank you. Arlie, thank you for your super chat. Justin Wright says, I believe you guys are owed an apology by people now, including me. That was huge that the judge slashed your juror questionnaire. Phenomenal job despite that. I apologize for judging unfairly.
Thank you. It's kind of funny because we've had so many people, like I said, so many emails and calls and stuff, and you'll get an email from somebody and then you look at the timestamp and it's late at night, and then in the morning we get an email that's like, sorry, I was drunk, I judged you too harshly. But don't email while drunk.
Yeah. Yeah. You never know what kind of admissions you're going to make. Gone Fall says, now people that were concerned about the lack of objections need to take recognitions. This was a good reason. I agree. I do agree. I think you guys had some very valid reasons for not objecting. Aaron Feist, does Wisco like Culver's cheese curds? The correct answer is no.
Oh, no, I just like cheese curds in general. I thought you were going to go into cheese curds. Culver's cheese curds, I mean, they're cheese curds. There are some, it's Wisconsin. There's some amazing cheese curds here.
I have never had cheese curds, but I love cheese to the point that cheese is probably like my soul is made of cheese. So I feel like I need to go to Wisconsin and have some.
Well, and now you know someone here.
Ah, yes. I would love to. I would love to come see you.
I'm down for it. So you could probably even meet Richards.
Like road trip.
That would be awesome too. Yeah, let's all convene. Law Tube plus the Kyle Rittenhouse defense team. STFU FFS says, if the verdict were different, do you think Schrader would have gone with a directed verdict?
I don't think he would have done a directed verdict. I think that there would have been some evidentiary hearings regarding both the mistrial with prejudice and the mistrial without prejudice. I think that in that sort of situation, because of how high profile the situation was, I could even have seen him waiting to rule on a directed verdict until after the issues of the mistrials had been dealt with. I could see that possibly as being a thing too, because I mean, he is a firm believer in the jury trial process. I would have to research, but I mean, I think in this case, it would have been a little inappropriate to do a directed verdict for several reasons, as opposed to dealing with the mistrial things first. And that's what I mean by it being inappropriate to do that, is I think that the real question in that situation would have first been, dealing with the mistrial issues. And I think that, doing the directed verdict, I believe that that would have been an appropriate time, like in sequence of events.
Okay. Nernith Arnoedad says, did you buy macadamia biscuits like the judge did?
No, Karen didn't give me the thing. So that was, again, court reporter. Yeah, just fundraising stuff for, I think, kids fundraiser. No, I didn't. But she knows how to get a hold of me. If she needs it, I can get her some.
Jade Phoenix 07 says, Barnes seems to be wrong on a lot of things. I won't make you comment on that. Theophrastus 3.0 says, Walmart printer, $79, plugs into laptop. Why not?
Because lots of reasons. Also, we had to be able to, effectively need to be able to grab and go at any point in time. Because, when we didn't know what was going to happen. When the riots originally started, the courthouse was damaged. And that's where people were. If anything was going to happen, it was going to happen at the courthouse. And us just wanting to have the least amount of things there possible as we can, other than what is absolutely necessary for that reason. And also, this wasn't a situation where we were in a room that wasn't, we went to different rooms because it was an issue of what room was available at the time type of thing. So, we were constrained by a lot of stuff with that.
Yeah, makes sense. Amaranthus says, Natalie, how well did you do at Judge Schrader Jeopardy? Appreciate getting to hear Grambo and Photo Chad on the stand. They made for an exciting watch. Did you get to do any Jeopardy in the room? Because I know he was doing it with the jurors.
He doesn't let us guess. So that's like a rule, is he usually doesn't let us guess on those.
That's so unfair. SW said, watching Miss Wisco get emotional after the verdicts were read was a very humane moment. You made me cry, damn it.
Oh, sorry. That was, again, like I said, there's the sense of every emotion possible basically going through. And again, like I said, I was thinking about my dad the whole time, and I had this brick wall in my head that I had to have up through the trial. And as soon as we get a verdict, that starts crumbling down.
Yeah. No kidding.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Well,
James
because that's also another thing is I know that I was probably caught on camera, but people have seen, the Tucker Carlson interview, and there's clips and stuff about that, about whatever documentary thing or whatever they're doing. Is if I'm crying in the documentary, this is part of my catharsis. It's not that I was like upset about the verdict. I just having a lot of feelings.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a very emotional moment. It seemed like everyone on the team was very emotional about that verdict.
It was that was the most emotional I've ever seen Corey. I mean, and it's different when you're up close with these people. It was just,
Agent 47's got to have a constant wall. James Hunsinger says, what did you make of Krause's tactics of droning on, which seemed to get the judge to agree with him? Also, thanks for your work on the case. Oh, I think he's referring to the arguments during objections, that they seemed to be unrelenting when they would argue and kind of turn Judge Schrader in their favor after kind of wearing him down.
I don't think that's what was actually happening.
No, you don't think so?
No. I mean, it's again, knowing him. I mean, I don't think that, I think people are giving that a little too much more credit than actually it deserves under the circumstance.
All right. That's fair. Labor, the nation state says, does Natalie know about Binger's push to have Kyle's whereabouts revealed just after the bond hearing? Richards objected. Judge agreed with defense.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, that is something, I mean, actually, I don't know much about, there really wasn't a ton of pushback about that after the fact. But something about that hearing that I wanted to bring up earlier but forgot is there was like all this hubbub, about the victims thing, is whether or not, it came in the media, not allowed to call them victims. We got so much hate mail and stuff like that about, and us, people wishing we would die and death threats against us. We didn't ask for that. Actually, if you go back and watch that first bond hearing, I believe it's Gage Grosskreutz, lawyer Kimberly Motley at one point, or maybe it was Binger, refers to somebody as victims, and Schrader jumps in immediately and he's like, I don't allow that in my courtroom. It's because until there's an adjudication, he doesn't believe that there's a victim. If somebody takes a plea at sentencing, yes, that person becomes not a complaining witness, they're a victim. That is just how he operates, and it's not an uncommon thing necessarily in the region. I mean, it's an oral motion. I mean, well, first, it's a constant rule in Judge Schrader's courtroom. And, the first time I appeared in front of Judge Schrader, I, as the defense attorney, referred to somebody as a victim. And it's like, I don't allow that. So, I mean, that's just a universal rule that he has. But, I mean, that gets brought up frequently in other courts, regionally and stuff. And usually there's no pushback about it. What happened in this situation was right before a trial date that we already had scheduled, as had happened different times, is right before those trial dates, we all of a sudden get this motion filed by the state that is, asking that we be prohibited from using these words that we had never asked if we could use. So it was because, and during argument, Binger had, used as a comparison the judge's practice of not allowing people to be, called victims. So there were, interesting timing on lots of things that were filed as far as things like that go.
And the Ahmaud Arbery case, they had the same ruling, because this is very common in these criminal cases that not just in Wisconsin, but I think nationwide. I mean, Emily, you can correct me if I'm wrong in California. But you don't call them victims because that's one of the ultimate questions of the case.
In California, a lot of the times they're still referred to as victims. But California is a special place, but it also just depends. I've not really seen motion work on it. It really does go judge by judge. And a lot of the times you just refer to people by their last name. Or, you
refer to somebody by their name. It's Miss Baker.
Yeah.
Like,
so and then in closing, often, particularly in like homicide and assaultive cases, you could, but it just really depends on the case, and it depends on the judge, and it depends on the circumstances. So it's not uncommon at all. I think a lot got made out of it.
Yeah. Agreed.
No, and that was so much of the hate mail that the judge got. I mean, and all of these things that judge got and the court got are available on the public court record. Like there's up to like 590 documents filed in the case because everything, which is because
horrible.
He's
everything
just doing his job.
Well, yeah, I was going to say it's not. It's so I mean, I'm just saying that it is available if people want to request them. And you'd be surprised the amount of people who would threaten a judge from their real email address. So
Wow. That's stunning. Ladies, I hate to.
I was going to say, I probably should be wrapping up.
Unfortunately, I'm sorry.
This has been a very long live stream, and thank you both for being here.
Thanks for having me on. Sorry if I talked too long.
Ladies.
This really has been great. Emily, would love to have you back again, of course.
Happy
Natalie.
to be back.
Natalie, I would love to have you back on my channel again at some point. If you don't want to talk about the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, I mean, it would be interesting to get your take on some other trials going on around the country.
Yeah, I haven't even thought about any of that. I like I said, I haven't even thought about any of that. The one thing though is
law whiskey live stream. We can just talk profession. Then you
but I still practice. So I mean,
you probably can't drink whiskey on the internet and talk about the practice.
Well, I mean, I could, but it's more of things that I shouldn't do. But so, and this is just an awkward thing. So you had said that parts of this are going to be available afterwards. Is there any way I could get from you a whole copy of it for my mom?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Heck yeah. Yeah.
That's more of just. Yeah, she doesn't get live streaming, but she wanted to watch it. So
so
that was the one thing.
The replay will be available on the channel for as long as YouTube allows it.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if it would be up on your channel. Again, I don't do much with live streaming at all, but
Well, Natalie, when you have a case and you need someone to talk about live streaming.
Okay. Thank you. I can if I need to learn more.
Yep, the ins and outs of live streaming and YouTube and all that stuff. You've got a wealth of knowledge here. It's one of the things that struck me about this trial is how overwhelming it must be for the firm to have so many people like crowdsourcing in real time things that are happening and trying to inundate y'all with that. It's wild. It's a new era of trials for sure.
Agreed.
All right. Well, we'll wrap it in at a good 4.5 hours. God, sorry everybody in the chat. Woo!
Yeah, this is I mean, but thank you so much for spending so much time with us. I know that Sean Hannity would not have gone on this long. But yeah, I really, really do appreciate you coming on and hanging out and giving us all of the all of the details from behind the scenes of this trial. And again, I'd love to have you on at some point in the future, whenever you're ready.
We'll see. But yeah, my last before signing out is again, like and subscribe these two beautiful ladies, Legalbytes, Emily Baker, YouTube and Twitter. I don't know. Do you guys have Instagram too?
Yep. I'm on all of them.
Well,
Facebook,
then, like
Instagram.
I'm there too. Okay. Well, I'll follow you on Instagram then.
Oh, perfect.
I want to be followed on Instagram.
What? You're on Instagram?
I want to be followed on Instagram. Yeah.
Oh, I'll follow you on Instagram. Yeah, no, I meant both of you, not just specific.
Back on Instagram.
Yeah, my Instagram is mostly just pictures of my cats, but
perfect.
I'm following your Instagram immediately, and I will send you my cat's Instagram.
Excellent. Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you, everyone. This was delightful, and
this is wonderful. Yeah. And I'm going to stick around and continue with these super chats just to finish them up. But
Alita,
thank
you for being such a generous host and creating such an amazing space for conversation.
Oh, thank you. And Natalie, also, for talking about the vulnerable things that you've been going through, with your dad and the all of the emotions that come with not only that, but trial and all that stuff. So I really appreciate you opening up about that. That's a lot of vulnerability that you showed. And
well, I mean,
you're wonderful. You are.
Thank you.
You are exactly what we want to see in the legal profession. Everyone should be more like you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. So again, me talking was just kind of part of my healing process. It's because it's been a long past 14 months. So
yeah, I'm sure. Of course.
All right. And again, I'm even getting a phone call myself on now. So
okay.
Thanks everyone.
Right.
Bye.
Bye everybody.
Bye guys. All right, so let's get through these super chats. So if there are any questions that are asked that we discussed, I can kind of give a little bit of a wrap up or whatever from what we discussed earlier. So I apologize to everyone that sent in super chats and we're not able to ask Natalie directly. But Cerebral Parasite said, "Hi Natalie, what are the future implications of the faux hawk hairstyle now that the prosecution lost his case? Will it ever have a chance to come back in style?" Oh, I'm sorry that she wasn't able to answer that one. Crusader Saracen says, "Corey was an absolute assassin on cross." I completely agree. Russell R, thank you for your super chat. The Dragon's Treasure says, "Kyle's breakdown on the stand. Have you seen anything like that from him beforehand, like in The Office or something?" It sounded like from what she was saying, that he was pretty strong the whole way through, but it would be interesting to hear if he did ever break down during their sort of more private moments. Sanity Clause says, "Miss Wisco, thank you for taking the time to help us understand why some of the why of some of the decisions made. Legalbytes, thank you for providing a space you felt comfortable enough to do so." Thank you. I appreciate that. Vape Dad 89 says, "What notes was Kyle taking, and did he choose to do that, or was he instructed to do so? And why, if he was instructed? Thank you for being so awesome." That's a really interesting question. I'll see if I can actually ask her about that. Um, because that's actually a very good question. Maybe she'll be able to get an answer. And then I'll post on Twitter or something if I get an answer from her. Let's see. Dragon's Treasure says, "Also, was his breakdown a concern beforehand?" I think for her, from what it sounded like it was a concern. She just was more, but maybe more on a personal level. STFUFFS says, the cinema verite of house cat steam bombing." Yeah, we had a lot of cats on this stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Theophrastus 3.0 says, "Natalie, congratulations on your win in this overtly political prosecution. Please explain why simple things like a printer were not made available." She talked about the printer. Andy Mazeka says, "As a combat veteran, having known people with PTSD, it was personally troubling for me to watch him put it out there on full display, and even worse when high-profile celebs were judging him for it." I completely agree. Nate the Lawyer, he says, "Great live stream, ladies of law." Thanks, Nate. Really happy to have you in here. Peacock says, "It warms my heart that LeBron is donating a year's salary to Kyle." I don't know that that's true. I'm sure that's a joke. That's got to be a joke, right? Average Joe 11 says, "Lots of years in the military, held men until I passed. My PTS breakdowns look just like that. Pain you can't get out." I'm really sorry to hear that. That is really difficult. And I know that there are a lot of people that have experienced war that have that really struggle with managing that. And I'm really sorry that you have those experiences. Crusader Saracen says, "Cases like this happen rarely, if at all, in a career. How did it feel first to take it on, and then when you won at the end?" I think she talked about how she was kind of she had a lot of questions, I think, before she was sort of ready to accept it, from what it sounded like from what she was saying before. But once Mark was able to go and talk to Kyle and he came back and sort of explained all the facts, she said that she was much more at ease, it sounded like. Jason Wright says, "I'm a multi-state compact trauma nurse. I'd be happy to mentor Kyle when he is ready." Jason Basinger says, "Thank you for having the stream." Of course. Thank you for being here. Pimp Poppy says, "What was Corey and Richard's reaction when Binger pointed his gun at the jury with his finger in the trigger?" So again, she clarified that he wasn't actually pointing it at the jury. See Them Play says, "Did Natalie realize she was the smartest lawyer in the courtroom?" You know what? She's such a nice person. I don't think that she would say that she was the smartest lawyer in the room, because she has a lot of respect for Sharafi and for Richards. But she is very intelligent, and I'm very happy that she is doing the work that she's doing. Kyra says, "Has Mark heard Ricada's impression of him? LOL." I don't know. That would be interesting to find out also. Peacock says, "Please discuss the drone footage." Talked about it. Glad you asked. Peter says, "Gage's head trauma statement was fantastic. The EMT is concerned about head trauma to Kyle. I wonder if he was in reasonable fear of great bodily harm." Yeah, that was choice that it came in, and especially independently. President-elect 4 doors more. Kyle shot Gage. Corey executed him. Marry me, Nat. MC says, great show. Who would have thought lawyer talk would be interesting and informative? I know, right? Nerdith or Noah Dad says, Havoc will travel. New office slogan. I think that would be a great one. Personally, that's just my opinion. DJ Manic says, Wisco versus Kraus celebrity deathmatch when? That would be interesting. William Krim, I'm jumping in late. Sorry if addressed. Why was it decided to not use a use of force expert like Massad Ayub? She talked about that. She said that their use of force, well, their video expert witness was initially supposed to be a use of force witness, but they ultimately decided, because they didn't they had a deal with the prosecution that the prosecution would not allow their witness in if they didn't have their witness testify to that as well. So it seemed like it was just more of a strategic kind of thing. Rose Beebe says, I was really hoping to hear from Miss Wisco. Thank you, Legalbytes, for this interview. You're absolutely welcome. Thank you for watching. Aaron Feist says, still need to know about the Culver's cheese curds. Well, we got you an answer. I hope you saw it. Pride or Honesty says, did you guys know Gage had lied to police about telling Huber to stop hitting Kyle, or was that really the surprise it looked like? It sounded like there weren't too many surprises in that came out at trial from what Natalie was saying earlier, other than obviously the drone footage pinch and zoom fiasco. STFU FFS says Sharafisi pronunciation rhymes with giraffracy. That's good. I like it. Andy Majeka says Natalie forging forward in spite of personal circumstances is a testament, is a solid measure of how strong she is as a person. 100% agree. Anthony, thank you for your super chat. Rick Nikeda, the Emperor protects. Tater Monkey, hashtag I cried too. ZXY Atiwari, prayer hands and hearts. Thank you. GRNY32, I am now. I think you guys are talking about crying when she was talking about her dad. Michael Mravitz, thank you. Thank you. Pimp Poppy says, can you ask what is her take on the ACLU now? So she did talk about that earlier. She hasn't seen what their reactions were to the verdict, and she hasn't really been particularly active in the ACLU recently. Call me Straws, thank you so much for your super chat. Talix001, were they ever worried the jury would go all Wisconsin and say a horse apiece as the wait went on? And 3 classy ladies on a Saturday afternoon. Good stuff. Thank you so much. Apar Sharma says, please ask Miss Wisco about the investigation and the detectives. Were they just incompetent, or was it malice, especially the Antaramian family? I'm sorry we didn't get to that before she had to go. But it sounded like she was really didn't have too many complaints about the investigators involved in this case. But that would be interesting to hear that specific one. I'm sorry. I can't read this name. Turunan Shadabana pressure. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry, I can't get it. I'm late, so I'm going back to the beginning. Thanks for doing this. Of course. Matthew Vicari says, I crossed state lines with a firearm last week. Am I going to jail? I'm going to give the lawyer answer and say it depends. Colton Otley says, Natalie, can you explain how you knew that the prosecution wouldn't accept the mistrial without prejudice motion? I'm sorry that we didn't get to this one before we went, but she did talk about that situation quite a bit. Talix001, her thoughts on the Waukesha tragedy. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, that would have been really interesting to hear what she thought. Miso Trash says, like or not, we are in a culture war. One side wants our country to prosper by the rules set in the Constitution, and the other wants power at all cost. I think there are definitely people on both sides of that. Crash Mondo says, Photo Chad's best quote, make sure you say what I actually said. Pretty good. SNPAGY says, whether this goes viral or not, it deserves more views than it will get. What an amazing conversation. Thanks. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for watching. Angry A, thank you so much for your super chat. Nernith or Noadad says, in the land of boomers, the millennials are king. Especially when it comes to technology, right? AZ Beauty 7 says, in my past 10 years of trials, I've never seen a prosecution as bad as this one, and was very impressed with the professionalism and happy for Mr. Richards, Mr. Sharafi, and Miss Wisco. Great job. I agree. Cameron Nelson says, is the DA's office or their prosecutors facing discipline? Sounds like they might be, but she didn't have any real information on that and couldn't really comment too much on it. The Lorax says, you can't say it, but I will. We all saw it happen. The state was withholding exculpatory evidence and was attempting a trial by ambush. Shameful. Music and fiction. Counselor Wisco. All we have to say is nice job handling Counselor Kraus. Excellent work. I agree. Super Iron Bob, to put a theory from the file name and type, iOS can compress video by re-encoding it. That can show a warning when it happens, but people almost never look at dialogues and just press OK. So it could be an actual mistake. Could be. Tara Rayner, Miss Wisco said, Miss Wisco, did you say the file name was changed when you got it the day they claimed it had been dropped off? I don't know if she said if it was changed the day they got it, or if it was. I mean, she said that it was different, but I don't know if she said when she said it was changed, or if she could tell. News Now, Wyoming. Is anyone reporting anything to the bar? It sounds like the answer to that is maybe. Torvaldsen, which I know that's not a very satisfying response. Torvaldsen, Kraus was on his phone a lot. Was he playing Raid Shadow Legends? I hope not, just for his sake, honestly. Stormy, I just need to thank you all for being an inspiration. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And thank you for watching. Andy Majeka, Natalie, from a cybersecurity perspective, where do you feel like the legal profession is most behind? Oh, that's a good question. I might actually ask her that later, but I don't know. I don't know if she'll have time to respond to that, but that's a good question. Provolone Loaf, thanks to all three of you for a wonderful legal convo. Thank you for being here and for watching. Donald J. Trump, Natalie, you did a fantastic job. The best. Binger is still crying. And that's not the real Donald J. Trump, I don't think, guys. Just in case anyone is incredibly literal and does not understand. A bear in the woods. At least I don't think it is. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe it is. A bear in the woods. Slightly behind, a shot of Rittenhouse rye for Miss Wisco's father. May his memory always be honored. Thank you for your work, Natalie. Agreed. That's a very kind gesture. Thank you. Donald J. Trump, my new hotel will be called Four Doors, and you are all invited. Thank you. Miso Trash says, for the law holds that it is better that 10 guilty persons escape than that one innocent suffer. Agreed. John Wells, here's to being brave enough to be on the record with an unpopular point of view. Get some drinks over the holidays and make sure your friends and family know you love each other, people. Hey, that's wonderful. Thank you. I know I showed that one earlier, but this is thank you so much for the very generous super chat, John Wells. Tara Rayner, they had to fake this case to make a case. Some aspects of it, right? Because the opening statement turned out to be completely not true. Topo Musical says, if the prosecutor doesn't believe they meet the burden, then don't prosecute it. If it is assigned to you, refuse, or the law should allow their boss to assume the financial responsibility. And that is the basis of Kyle's law, right? So it'll be interesting to see if that picks up steam. Peter says the burden the law imposes is a propensity. So 50+1, if the prosecutor doesn't meet that in the eyes of the jury, they were incorrect to bring the case. Yes, that is correct. That is exactly what Andrew Branco is talking about with Kyle's law. Eddie Oliver, why did Richards turn down the assistance from the outside attorneys that were willing to donate their time, like Robert Barnes? I am so sorry that I wasn't able to get to this question when Natalie was here. JT Friday, thanks, Natalie, for doing this. And Legalbytes, I've enjoyed your input on other people's streams. This one is great, and now get the chance to support you directly for your input. Thank you. I really appreciate that. News Now Wyoming says, what did jury face look like when we were told everyone takes a beating? Oh, God, that's a good question. I'm really sad that we weren't able to get her take on that. AZ Beauty 7 says this trial brought out the realization across the country of how many people know their rights and who pays attention to mainstream media and who doesn't. That is very true. GA, I saw a question in chat I wanted to bump. What was the jury reaction to everyone takes a beating sometimes? Again, I'm sorry. I did not ask this one. Let me see if I can maybe I'm writing a note of that to see if maybe we can maybe I can ask her and maybe she'll have an answer for that. And if so, I'll maybe tweet it out or something. Shadow Fenrir 24, watching three beautiful ladies having a good conversation has made my morning. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Alana Stansby says bringing a bit of estrogen to a testosterone filled case. Yeah, it was kind of nice having ladies in the law, right? Ghost of Recon, $5 for the Big Trouble in Little China reference. That was great. Mandy Kadavicius, what is one gift you all really want for the holiday? For me, I'm just excited to see family, being overseas and whatnot. I'm excited to go back home and see some family. Sad that I'll be missing the zoo for a little bit, but good to have quality time again. Half Irish. I hope she joins us in a LawTube chat /stream. Her analysis would be a great addition. I'm having the best time watching this. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thanks for watching. Her takes are fantastic. She's obviously very, very intelligent, very capable, very experienced. And she is, yeah, I agree. I would love to have her on again. BNB Forge and Leathercom. I'm sorry, the name is cutting off. As a police officer, I have gained a new respect for defense attorneys. Great job, ladies. That's awesome. Gunner, we use a peremptory strike for this meme. Pretty good quote. Grambo, I approve this message. Joanne Smith says, great chat. Peter Watkins says, this has like an IRL memeing feel to it. I love it. Yeah, that was great. That was all Natalie's idea to go through the memes. I thought that was fantastic. Gerald Genkin, thank you so much for your super chat. Dwight Schmitz, ask Natalie what she thinks of Nick's impression of Richards. Yeah, let me take a note of that one. I know a bunch of people have asked about that. I'll see if maybe she's seen it. Maybe Richards has. I don't know. Well, I'll see if I can get that information. She may or may not respond to that. Rose BB says free as ... I think you can fill in the blank. Let's see. I know that there have been some more super chats since then, and I'm going to try to go through them and hopefully end this because I don't want to be keeping you guys for too long. All right. Russell Wallace Warren. We're on the home stretch, guys. Russell Wallace Warren says, dear young bucks, never try an abracadabra story on a woman. That's also pretty good. Preach says, did the jury look at Kyle when they entered for the verdict? Did their faces read not guilty clues? Amazing interview, ladies. Thank you so much. I'm going to see if I can ask her that question as well. I'll make a note of that. Bear with me for a sec. Okay. Dr. Meltz says, we live in simultaneously hilarious and tragic times when the memes represent the trial more accurately than the mainstream media coverage. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Mandy Kadavicius, because if Nick Ricade is watching, that is how you pronounce her last name if you're Lithuanian. Or you can go with Karavicius if you can't roll your R's, but that's fine. Question for you all if Nick is watching. What's your favorite Stone Temple Pilots song? I'm so sorry I didn't get to ask her. Derek Mullins, great job, ladies. Love the stream and congrats, Natalie. Thank you so much. That's great. And yeah, Natalie deserves all the congrats. She did a fantastic job with this. Matthew 101 says, how do you feel about the CCAP provided e-filing system? Also, do you think allowing filing of non-text received evidence would have been helpful? That's an interesting question that I will probably, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I can get that information from her. And then maybe tweet that one out too. Thank you for the super chat for that. Mike R. Great work on the case, Natalie. What was Kyle's demeanor while waiting the verdict? So she was talking about how she wasn't sure if he was going to throw up. Understandably so. I mean, I can't even imagine the amount of pressure that he was feeling in that moment. His life was either going to take one drastic change to the left or to the right. So Mike R says, great work on the case, Natalie. What was Kyle's demeanor? Oh, sorry. Oh, I just read this one. Everett Arndt says, Natalie, where the alternate jurors? Oh, were the alternate jurors really playing Jeopardy with the judge the whole time? And what were you guys doing just chilling in the courtroom? I mean, it sounded like they were actually playing Jeopardy. And then for them, so she was talking about how they had like go bags essentially. So they probably were back at the office sort of tying up different loose ends and maybe preparing for other stuff, maybe starting work on other cases. I don't know. But that would be an interesting thing to find out too. I'm very sorry that we didn't get to ask her. I'm Storm and Mormon says, watching on delay, but I wanted to say you were amazing. If I get in trouble, I would trust you defending me in court. Oh, 100%. I would totally want Natalie as my defense attorney if anything ever happened to me. Gonfall says, does Natalie like anime? Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. I'm going to make a note of that one too. 2D Harem King Jack says, Natalie, how high was tension knowing the prosecution was going to do whatever to get a conviction? I mean, it sounded like the tension was maybe up to 11. Legalbytes chat degeneracy knows no limits. Also true. Well, actually, they do know some limits. It's not quite as bad as the degeneracy in Nick Recadas, right? Tara Rayner says, heartfelt condolences. Your dad is definitely proud. I would definitely agree. 200 Watt Studio says, Natalie, did you know that Nick had 130,000 people were live watching the live stream one of the days? Oh, I don't know. I'm going to write a note. Okay. Andre Toma. Hi, I'm from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. I watched the whole trial from beginning to end. I cried at the end. You guys did a fantastic job. Let all the lawyers know that. Thank you. That's they did a fantastic job. They really did. Thank you for the super chat. Arlie says, Natalie, would you come back for another live stream? You got a lot more comfortable as the stream went on today. You have an infectious and genuine personality, and I would love to see you contribute to live streams in the future. I am going to do what I can to pull her back because she was great. She was wonderful. And absolutely. Oh, I see in the chat here, Dominika Sribika. Shout out to Lithuanians. Hey, yeah. Labadiela or Labas Vakaros. I don't know where you are, but hello. Hi. How are you doing? Let's see here. RFR says, were you surprised Binger didn't jump at Sharafisi's push for a mistrial without prejudice? That's an interesting question too. Let's see if maybe I can get an answer after the fact on that one too. Okay. So Ethan's dad, Marcus, big fan of Natalie, Alita, and Emily. Great stream. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And thank you so much for joining us. Scott Campbell says, I missed a couple of hours. Sorry. Did the question of why Robert Barnes and the Dream Team being dropped so close to trial get asked and answered? You rock. We did not have a chance to go over that. And I don't know if she wanted to comment on that because of the I don't know, just the different dynamics there and whatnot. And I actually don't even know if she had anything to do with that. So I apologize. We weren't able to address that to her. Nudge says, apparently my wife is rather envious of your hair and would like to know if you could recommend any products. No, I just basically use shampoo and conditioner. Actually, you know what? I do have some it's a 10. That's what I use for after the shower when my hair's still wet. It's like a leave-in conditioner. So anyhow, yeah. It's a 10. That's what it's called. It's like a purple bottle. You can get it at CVS or whatever. Anyway, interesting question. I've never gotten anything like that. Dementia Joe says, I love you. You're fantastic. I want you on my council. I'm assuming that is for Natalie, and I 100% agree. Crash Mondo, ladies of law equals lol tube. I appreciate that. We definitely had a great time today. News Now Wyoming. We know it is unethical to put someone on the stand to perjure themselves. Is it the same for the prosecutor? Sam and Sal. Yeah, I don't know how much preparation they actually had on that one. And whether they actually knew that they were, I don't know. That's an interesting question. So I think that is that the end of it? Is it or no? Let me see. Let me refresh the page here. I just want to make sure that I get to everything. Yeah, I think that might be the last. Yeah, that was the last super chat. So, okay, you guys, thank you so much for being here. I can't believe there are still like over 2,800 people sticking with me this long. We are at 5 hours. This is the longest live stream that I have ever done on my own on this channel, or at least that I've hosted anyway. So I really appreciate you guys being here, sticking around. Be sure to like the video if you enjoyed it, and if you haven't already, and subscribe if you haven't already. Support us if you want. Links are all in the description below. And I also will be updating links in the description. I know we mentioned Good Logic's channel for the Gislaine Maxwell trial. He's been doing amazing coverage. Make sure that you're subscribed to him. Make sure you're watching his videos, because he's doing, like I said, he's doing the Lord's work every day. And then otherwise, if you are interested in helping out Nathan DeBruin, I will also post a link to his fundraiser, because he unfortunately did lose his mainstream of income just for complying with a court order that he was supposed to be there and not perjuring himself. Imagine that. So, and otherwise, finally, if you have not been able to watch this whole live stream, or otherwise, hey, you're still here at the end, you enjoy these bits and pieces that we're going through, subscribe over to the Legalbytes Clips channel so that you can get all of the legal bits, if you will, from all of these live streams, because we're sort of experimenting with it. I really want it to succeed if I can. So the more people that go and subscribe and start watching the stuff that's on there, the more it really helps sort of me figure out what the path forward is with that second channel. So that would be one of the biggest ways that you can help me right now. Anyway, that's about it. Thanks so much for being here, and until the next video. Thanks, guys. Bye.